Hey everybody, it's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics Exhibitor has material storage facility somewhere in the world. I gotta say that a little bit slower, not quite clear, but y'all know it. What's up, everybody? How's it going? Happy New Year! Welcome to 2026. Hopefully, it's a good one. What's up, Flash? What's up, Judd? What's up, Series Star? Welcome, welcome to another year, the beginning of another year here at Jumington Dynamics. Oh, I'm tired. What's up, Ryan? You're on time for once. I'm kidding. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully everybody had a good New Year's. I was up very late, very tired. If anyone was here, like when I had to wind down the stream, because I was going to spend New Year's with my stepdad, because the last I heard was his plans to get together with some people fell through and he was going to be spending it by himself. I thought, okay, well, I'll go out there. What's up, Silas? Welcome in. Yeah, I don't want to. I'm trying to cover over my. It's not even like the bloodshot eyes. They just they fell out. I can't find them. That's how tired I was. So I left to go spend New Year's with my stepdad. And then I got there and found out that what had really happened is that nobody had confirmed that they were coming over, and so he just assumed that they had all made other plans. And by the time I got there, they were all there. And the people he was getting together with were my nephew's friends' parents. And of course, their kids, my nephew's friends. And my God, those kids were wild. Those kids were out of control. And so I really, this is gonna sound awful. I really don't want to socialize. It's kind of weird for me because like I don't have any kids, and so I tend to not get too tangled up with like my nephew's friends' parents because we ain't got much to talk about there. So I just quietly slipped away and watched the Stranger Things finale, which I quite enjoyed. I thought it was a very good send-off for the series. I don't want to spoil anything for anyone who's watching it or hasn't watched Stranger Things and is looking forward to seeing it, hasn't seen it yet. But I will say, like, I looked at the time at one point and it was like, wow, there's 40 minutes left. What are they going to do? Will they just like let it breathe? You don't get that much. You don't get much when like something ends. You don't get like a long, like kind of, what do they call it in the literature? The denouement. It's usually just like, well, the conflict is done and the credits roll. And you're like, well, what happens next? What goes on? But it really is like, I don't know, the series, when was the series start? 10 years? 10 years ago? When Stranger Things begin. Oh, almost. July 15th, 2016. So like, it's been going for almost 10 years. Like all those kids are like, they're like fully grown now. But like, you kind of get attached to the characters. It's similar to, maybe this is not the best like comparison, but like the Marvel movies, right? If you had been watching the Marvel movies since like Iron Man, the first Iron Man, or even before that, and following the cinematic universe all the way up to Endgame, like Endgame was like quite a finale to it. And that's how I felt about the Stranger Things finale. It's funny to me because I commented earlier how every time I would see people talking about the new season, they were just like ripping on it for like the weirdest little things. And then I looked back after the finale and it was all positive, but it was like a million messages that were like, I really liked it, but I guess I'm in the minority. And I'm just like, all I see are positive messages. What's going on? Is it just internet contrarians? I don't get it, but I liked it. I also finished Dark, all 3 seasons of Dark. I was finishing the 3rd season. That is like a real kind of like mind-bending time travel show that gets a little bit ridiculous at times, just because the amount of times that like someone shows up and they're like, you have to believe me. This is what you have to do. And they're like, okay. And then later on, somebody else shows up and they're like, that other person, they lied to you, but I can show you how to fix it. You just have to trust me. Okay. And then the first person shows up again, like, that other person, well, they lied to you, but I can show you how to fix it for real this time. You just got to trust me. Okay. Like, it happens so much. It happens so much that I'm like, every time, like, why do you just go along with whoever shows up? These people lack like object permanence. They're just like, whoever the last person that shows up and says, trust me, that's who I'm going with. But otherwise it was good. And that had a satisfying conclusion. I was worried because Netflix has a tendency to just like can shows before they're really done with, or to rush a finale. And so anytime I'm watching a show on Netflix, like, I haven't started any really new shows on Netflix because I'm so worried about that. Like, oh, they're gonna end it on a cliffhanger and then it's never gonna come back and we're never gonna know what happens, or it's gonna have a rushed ending and it's gonna be terrible. But this had a very satisfying ending, a satisfying conclusion, which is saying something, because like they wound up like such a wild, convoluted story. What's up, Flash? Welcome in. Welcome. So yeah, it was very good. Dark on Netflix. Highly recommended. Does Dark get a physical release? Almost none of this stuff gets physical releases. Do you remember when like the first 2 or 3 seasons of Stranger Things got a physical release? I think it was just the 2. Oh, let me look at my shelf right behind me here. Where are you at? It's just 2, unless I'm missing 3. I don't think they put any physical releases out after the second one. I gotta look up to see if this got a physical release because I would like to own that. But man, this is petition. Release Dark on Blu-ray. Okay, well that's not looking good. Yeah, but Netflix had a partnership with Target, and that's who was releasing the Stranger Things Blu-ray sets, which were really cool. They came in cases that were resembling, like made to look like old VHS cases, really playing up that nostalgia factor. They only did the first 2 seasons. All right, this has to be a bootleg then, because I see people talking about a Blu-ray collection, but like, there's no way. Sorry, I just thought you'd say Best Buy. No, well, that's weird because. Like, I would have thought Best Buy first, but I don't know. I don't know what the deal was. Because does Target even sell physical media now? Granted, like, this was like, 10 years ago they were doing this. Yeah, there's no official collection. I don't really want to buy a bootleg. Do I want to pay for a bootleg Blu-ray of this series? It was good. I also need to look up like the family tree because it gets very convoluted and crazy. I can look that up in my own time. Go to a back alley and buy a bootleg from Bootleg Barry. Good old Bootleg Barry. I don't know. I mean, I got there's like a notch in the carpet here from my chair. And occasionally, like, the chair wheel will kind of like, kind of click into it. But it also feels like I'm rolling over a cable. And it is a problem I have here because my NES controller cable just kind of dangles down there. And if I'm not careful with it, it rolls out where the chair sits and I'll roll over the cable. And I don't want to mess up. I already had to repair this cable once. I got these Sensui Joy cards, which were made by Hudson. Very nice NES controller with turbo. Also, it has like a headphone out. You can hook the audio to your NES on it and get headphone out. It's very, very bizarre. They cracked down hard on bootleg sellers by me. The last time I saw like in-person bootlegs was at a Godzilla convention decades ago. And a lot of that was because Toho was not releasing anything officially in the US. But they started doing it again. I want to say it was after the American Godzilla movie. They started putting stuff out in the US. Now you can get that stuff. But for a long time, like, they weren't releasing anything in the US, so it was all bootlegs. And I remember, like, I'd seen this at anime conventions too. Like, authorities will come in to check it out, and they'll have someone, like, go to the dealer hall and be like, hey, they're coming. And then just, like, put their arm out, sweep everything off the table into a box and shove it under the table. And then suddenly, like, well, you can't get this now. Like, oh. But I did buy a bootleg of the Macross series, the entire Macross series. Well, I shouldn't say, I think it's lacking in Delta because it was when Delta was still coming out. Because that stuff was not been released in the US. And I thought there was a deal they were supposed to get that, but I think that was part of Right Stuff, which is now owned by Crunchyroll, which is owned by Sony. And I don't know, a lot of that stuff's kind of screwed up. Like, you cannot get the Gundam Blu-rays. They're all just vanishing. I think they just recently put out The Witch from Mercury on Blu-ray. So I'm hopeful that they'll re-release the other series on Blu-ray and they do as good a job as Right Stuff did. Like the charity donut people and sea moss man sell. Well, you gotta get that sea moss. He's probably just greasing the right palms with CMOS. Bought a bootleg Fully Cooley, Tenchi and Gundam. Those were the last bootleg animes I got. I mean, that for a long time, like back in the 90s, like that was the only way you got stuff. I'm so drunk, I need sunglasses. Nah, it's just because I lost my eyes. We don't need to worry too much about that. I don't drink anymore. I had a health scare that probably wasn't that big of a deal. It's probably, I think Sky had something similar, and it scared me enough that I'm like, you know what? I just don't need this. It was kind of like after I got like violently ill early last year, and then I was like afraid to eat anything for like 3 months because anytime my stomach would like rumble a little bit, it was like, oh God, it's happening again. Sky's still drinking. Yeah. Well, I'm not Sky. I have seen my future in the form of many family members. And I'm like, you know what? I'd like to avoid some of that. The cops raided the convention. It's crazy. It's crazy when like they were coming down hard on that stuff. I don't think they well, maybe they do. I haven't been to a convention in a long time. Yeah, I understand why Netflix doesn't make physical releases for stuff. But I wish they would. I wish they would. It's like home video is like a really abandoned market that used to be like a good avenue of revenue, like a good revenue stream to offset box office losses. And it's how a lot of movies got made because like, yeah, it may not sell that great at the box office, but we'll make it up on DVD sales. Like that just doesn't exist anymore. That bums me out. I try and get everything on physical release rather than just rely on streaming. What's up, Crooked Gamer? Happy New Year to you. You lost your eyes. I'll find them, Judd. They'll make a comeback. Like hopefully. Probably. Got 5 new CMOS stores. What is up with the CMOS? Where are they getting all of that? You'd think there'd be a limit to how many people could harvest that. Are they just growing in their bathtubs? It's very strange. It's very bizarre. Guess the coast fisherman on it. Yeah, that's true. Prahenmo, are you providing the CMOS? Are you the one who knocks? Are you the Heisenberg of CMOS sales? Every time I say CMOS, I just think of CMOS, like the letter C, CMOS, which is a type of chip. The one who slimes. Soon they'll invade you too. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm close enough to the sea. They have to cross a lot of land to get here. I don't really see a lot of people selling stuff on the streets, but then I don't go out much. I'm joining with the CMOS, like ooh, tech talk. Yeah. You want to talk some like TTL signal? I'm all about that. Get some CMOS chips in here. The time for that was the soldering. Those are all CMOS chips. That's crazy. That stuff's still functioning. I picked up an NES game, a new NES game from who is it? Mega Cat Studios. I was curious about their production, so I picked one up. Yeah, Graveyard Dude, which the developer's sadly no longer around, and so like it's kind of a it goes the profits go to a good cause. But I was interested in the game. They got a lot of interesting stuff on there, but I was really curious what their car production was like. So I got it and I opened it up and like it looks like they've got like EPROMs, like UV erasable EPROMs. There's stickers on them. I didn't pull them off, and I tried to kind of like poke at it a little, see if it was actually covering something. But yeah, like legit 5-volt stuff, which is good. Because a lot of those chips now are you only find them in like 3.3 volt versions, which is not really good for the older consoles like Super Nintendo. I've seen that a lot in like bootleg Super Nintendo cards, where like you open it up and the chips are all like 3.3 volt, and it's like, yeah, those work, but like you're gonna bust something. Something's gonna go wrong with that. I had to leave before the soldering happened. Yeah, I talked for a long time. I was so nervous about the soldering, and I was really excited to nerd out about the carts, and I didn't realize how much time had gone by. And it was like, man, people are probably out of here. What's up, Skyo? How's it going? Nice hater blockers. Yeah, I just, sometimes you wake up and the eyes are gone, and you gotta find them by touch. I didn't have time. Police don't care. It's just legal here. You don't got property owner's permission. In my area, they crack down on like kids mowing lawns and shoveling driveways, where they're like, no, you got to get a business license for that. I'm like, really? Are we that hard up for money that you need like some kid's lemonade stand to have like a business license? I guess so. that just seems. But then again, I don't really see a lot of kids doing that stuff anymore. I don't see a lot of people doing it. That was a big problem like my dad has. He tries to find someone he can hire to shovel the driveway when I'm not out there. And like, he can't find anyone. Even like the professionals are like, we don't do driveways anymore. It's not enough money in it. And everyone in his neighborhood is old. There's no children in the neighborhood. Furry trunk. Uma Space's furries, Playboy bunnies. Yeah. I mean, they just have, they have tails too, but like, otherwise they're just, I will agree with that statement, because there ain't nothing on them that couldn't just be an add-on. They're very not horse-like. Happy New Year, Utter Chaos. Welcome in. How you doing? They want to buy fireplaces where I live, only for power outages. No, go fuck yourselves. People have told politicians about that. They want to buy. Do you mean ban fireplaces? Ban. Okay, there you go. Why? Why do they want to ban fireplaces? Is it like a pollution thing? That seems kind of ridiculous to ban fireplaces in an area that gets as cold as that does. Like, what? What are they thinking? Like, there's some stuff I get that's like, hey, if we switch from like gas to electric for stuff because of X, Y, and Z reasons, like I can see arguments for that stuff. But when it's just like, yeah, no more burning stuff. I don't know. I'm sure there's some argument for it, but like, yeah, no, that seems crazy. Playboy bunnies. Yeah, I know the bunnies have the tail on there, but their tails, like, that's what I'm saying. It's just like ears and tails, which is pretty much like just the Playboy bunny setup. It's as animalistic as they are. You have to be told they're horses. Fake pollution thing. We don't use electricity, so we can save on the bill. You'd think they'd want that. In this day and age, you would think conserving electricity would be a good thing. Yeah. That's pretty nuts. Kids ferments. Jimmy's just got too much free time. Yeah, that's just, it's crazy. I don't know how much enforcement that gets, but like, I don't think, when I was a kid, kids would get like paper routes, right? And then when I got older, like there were no kids running paper routes, because the only way to make a buck off the paper route is by having like an area large enough that you would pretty much need to drive. And so it was all adults out there driving station wagons around at like 3 a.m. dropping papers off. And I don't even see that anymore. Which is like, newspaper had a lot of uses. It was handy to have newspaper around for stuff. I haven't seen like a print newspaper. I see them occasionally at like convenience stores. But like, I don't know anybody that's still getting a print newspaper, which is kind of a bummer. That's pretty wild. So yeah, my what I thought was just going to be a quiet evening was pretty loud. And then I had to assist my nephew today in creating yet another PlayStation account. I was like, I will show you where to go, and then you got to do the work. And after all is said and done, he's like, can I transfer the PSN to this other account? Like, no, you can't. You cannot. They're on the same console. You get all the benefits on it. You're just gonna have to deal with it until next year. Like I can't deal with this. Honestly, I will take some of the fault on this. When I created his account, I put his actual birthday in. He is 10 years old. Set up as a child account because the understanding that I had with the other adults, his grandparents and his father, was that there was a desire to have some restriction on what games he was playing. So like, all right, parental controls, this is it. And then that lasted as long as it took him to find a game he wanted to play that the parental controls wouldn't allow, for all parties to be like, why would you block that? Like, we discussed this. You said you wanted this. That's why I set it up this way. Well, no, I think it's fine if he plays that game, but not this other one. Like, no, I can't block like just one or the other. It's supposed to allow exceptions. It really doesn't work. That's how most of the parental controls I found on that are. It's like, you can't just turn one thing off. You can turn everything off, or you can turn everything on. But then even with those parental controls, like, look, just let them play whatever. There's still some online games that are like, nah, we still won't let you through. So I wanted to play those. I swear though, he's probably going to play those games for like 20 minutes and then get bored and go on to something else. And so I'm just like, I'm not spending a bunch of time creating another account for you. That stuff is a mess. I sympathize with him. If I had to do it over again, I would have just had him lie about his age, which I think is kind of dumb, but like, I never had to deal with this stuff when I was a lad. You just put the game in and it went. These things didn't hook up to the internet. They barely connected to a TV. Now everything's got to have an account. You got to have an account. You got to have 20 billion passwords. Got to have an email address. Then you got to make an account. Then you got to make an account for every game you want to play, because that publisher's got their own account. And that account gets permanently linked to your other account, unless you want to change it. And you can change it, but maybe only once. I hate dealing with that stuff. Oh, Jim yells at clouds. That is, I had the reputation of the man who yells at the clouds, namely the cloud. Anybody remember when the cloud was real big? Everyone always talked about the cloud, just put it in the cloud, which is just other people's computers. And then I'd see things like Western Digital My Cloud. Like, what's Western Digital My Cloud? Oh, it's a USB external hard drive. That's not the cloud. It's just a hard drive. And there was the same thing as what AI is for a lot of consumer electronics now, where they just slap AI on. Even it's not using like anything you would really consider AI, but you got to put it on everything because that's what's selling. Every TV you get has AI on it. Like, what's the AI doing? And was it the same thing that you used last year that didn't say AI, and now you're just saying AI? I don't want to get in an AI rant. I don't want to get into it. Well, here we are, 2026, a brand new year, and I thought it would be interesting. I don't really call it Video Game Enemies AI. I hate the term AI because it covers such a wide area of stuff to the point that it is a useless term. I still call it, games use AI. I still call it AI. And then you've got, generative AI. You've got LLMs, large language model. And then you have things that are like, it's a mathematical algorithm. It's like an Excel spreadsheet formula, which is now being called AI. And then they try to put AI in Office, but like, it can't do actual Office stuff, so it's just pointless. Why not in the next 2 to 5 years? You have to learn to use it or start learning now. Yeah. There ain't nothing that I need to learn to use with AI. Absolutely nothing. Because anything it could provide for me, I can do myself, and I will be better off doing it myself. It's not like a calculator can spend some time. Every time I have trusted AI with something, I've had to redo everything or it just didn't work. So I just need to learn how to do stuff myself, which I do and have been doing. But the places that they shove AI, they're like, you better learn how to do this. And it's like, learn how to do what? Type into a search prompt? How to manipulate words? I know how to do that. I've been using search engines since the 90s. I know how to manipulate that stuff. I hear people talk about that at work, like we had to do AI training. I'm like, what is that? Did they train you to type a question into a box? Use AI to cut out backgrounds for images and transcribe text with editing videos. I don't have a problem with people using it for tasks. I don't have much beef with people using AI. That is something that, like, there's no getting around. It's there. I see a lot of fervor in the game industry of people finding out, like Claire Obscure got disqualified for some indie game awards because they said they used AI, or there was some placeholder AI generated stuff that was a placeholder image that got patched out very quickly. I really felt like that was less about the AI use and more about, one, like they want to take a stand on it. They didn't have another good target. And two, because it swept the game awards, they're like, we would like other games to have a chance. And this is a convenient excuse to get it out. But like, you can't worry that much about whether or not AI is being used in games. I will be on, and I don't like it myself, but like, it's whether it's disclosed or not, like it's going to be there. It's going to be there. One way or the other. And you just got to deal with it while it rolls out there. Came to marry an AI overlord. Remember that guy in Japan who married the Hatsune Miku hologram? I'm pretty sure they got divorced. But like using the AI tools to do that stuff. See, like that, use AI to cut out backgrounds, images, transcribe text. Well, like the text transcription existed before AI. So that's something that's like existed that wasn't called AI. And using AI to cut out backgrounds for images, like Photoshop does that stuff. It has like smart cut tools. You could call that AI. They just didn't until AI got popular. But that's like, there's a difference between that and like, I'm going to use AI to generate artwork that is based off of other people's artwork without credit or payment or consent. And I'm going to make a commercial product out of that and sell that. And that, like, I'm kind of offended by that. Because it just reminds me of like the tech bros that were popular in the early days of apps. Like, I got this great app idea and I need you to make it for me, but I'm not going to pay you anything. I'm going to make all the money because my thing is, my idea, my role in this, which is to come up with this idea, is valuable. And your role in this, which is to make all of that stuff work, is not valuable. And that's that same argument with like the AI, that like the game I'm producing, my role is valuable. The artist's role, not valuable. Shouldn't have to pay them for it. They should just do it for free. Now I got a system that does it for free. Also, that stuff only works because people aren't paying the true cost of it. Once consumers or businesses have to pay what it actually costs to run that stuff, they're not gonna, it's not gonna be so cool. But yeah, if people use AI for stuff, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, no, how dare you? But there is still a lot of backlash out of it. In my opinion, all awards are rigged. The Game Award proves it. Yeah, award shows are meaningless. Did you see like this stuff about let me pull this up. I think it was the Academy Awards. One of the new rules this year is voters have to watch every movie in a category to vote for the Oscar. Now required to watch all nominated movies, which means that previously the Oscars, the people voting for the movies didn't have to actually watch the movies in order to vote. That should tell you everything you need to know. They're voting completely off of vibes. This lady who's married Kazuma Kiryu as well. You know what? It takes all kinds. If they're happy, it's not hurting anybody. They're happy. I guess what's the problem there? But yeah, and here I am on the AI rant I didn't want to be on. My problem is less with the end users using it, because it's the same thing as like, I have a problem with companies that clone other people's products and sell them dirt cheap. because they're snatching money out of like other small businesses. But I don't necessarily have a problem with people who buy that. It's like having a problem with people who only buy stuff when it's on sale. Like, that's just economical sense, and I get it. And you can't really expect people to exercise some kind of moral crusade with their wallet. Problem is that it wasn't Kason. Well, I mean, you know, who's to say Kason couldn't still... Well, Kason could probably marry like the voice actor behind it. And then just like show them all up. What's up, Pedals? How you doing? It's been quite a day. Hopefully not too terrible of a day. Hopefully a moderately somewhat good day. But most people don't say it's quite a day if it's good news. But I hope you're doing okay. AI is Jum's trigger word. I have a lot of thoughts on it. Sister just had a surprise baby. Congratulations. How much of a surprise? Like, I don't want to say anything out of turn here, but like, she did not know she was pregnant. Wow, that is a surprise. That is crazy. I have heard of that happening, but that still is like mind blowing. How that can occur. What's up, QB? Ahoy! Indeed. How you doing? Well, I hope your sister and the baby are doing okay. Born on January 1st, wild birthday to have. The only thing crazier would be like to be born on like a leap year, on like the leap day. And that way you'll live 4 times as long as everybody else. Some luck now, I guess. Welcome to the club. Welcome to the Unk Club. Baby's good weight. Sister sending pics smiling. Well, that's good. Like, I hope that like it's not like an oh no, what am I going to do? As much as I wasn't expecting this, but I'll take it kind of situation. I'm sure it's complicated. I'm sure the feelings are complicated on it. Children are a lot, or they can be. But I'm glad they're doing well. I would have a concern in such a situation that like there may be like health concerns at case there, where like some stuff that you wouldn't like you may be unexpectedly find yourself like anemic or like malnourished or something like that because you didn't realize like you're eating for 2 now kind of thing. Concerned for a poor boyfriend. I mean, yeah, I don't know. That's I don't think I would want to be in that situation. That would be that's just so shocking. That's such a big thing, right? To just have a surprise. Well, hopefully it is more good news than bad news. Because I know these things can be complicated. Even if you want kids, like it's a lot. And if you wanted kids and then it's like just suddenly like a child appeared, it's like, hey, this is great, but also these bills, also this other stuff. That's when they have nieces and nephew. I'm effing done. Yeah, I had enough. More like bad situations, but like. I just prefer to not have children myself. I prefer to be free, to do as I please, as free as I can be, and not also like give new children the same sort of like complexes that I received in my upbringing. Transfer that generational trauma. No, thank you. Make sure to babysit while I go out for drinks with the boys. Oh my God. Can never bring children in this world. Did I tell you guys about the original sequel to Ring, the Japanese Ring? Jum won't give up his video game time for kids. I will not. I won't give that up for anybody. Well, I give it up for my fam. Give it up for the family. But like, that's one of the reasons I'm not actively seeking any kind of romantic entanglements, because my experience is just like they've been so one-sided. Like, I have to give up all of my pursuits and they give up none of theirs, and that's not a great balance for a relationship. But even when I came more to my side, like, oh, I guess I got to give up some of this, like, no, I don't want it. It's not worth it for me. I would rather engage with this video game. Thank you very much. I mean, some of those were just like, I think maybe it was an overcorrection because they were just bad relationships that were terribly unbalanced. But yeah, no, I don't want that. And I'm not saying like that's a bad thing to do that. It's just, it's better this way for the other party. They're not going to get hurt by suddenly realizing, look, this guy actually just wants to play video games. Like, yes, I do. Speaking of video games, what do you have in store for us? I have no idea. I'll poke around some random stuff, look at some stuff that's on the consoles. I'm getting hype maintenance ladies. I haven't called it. Like, they just like one wanted to go to the bar like every single night, and we were young, and so like that made sense. If my babysit might have the same amount of children you left me with. Oh my gosh. Some demos. Yeah, I did just some like random stuff. I didn't really have a ton of a plan. I just wanted to stream. A lot of it was just chatting, but I'm going to poke around some games. Mostly some console stuff. Because I was looking through a list of stuff and it was like, yeah, I might like sample some of these games, but like almost nothing I have on the PC is the kind of thing that I can play for like 10 minutes and check out. You can. I can't promise I'll check it out or that I'll play it today, but I always recommend recommendations. Taking requests? I have not taken requests. I do appreciate recommendations though, but like if I open the gates to requests, like things go crazy. Ghostbusting teams. Get the Ghostbusting. The Tubin. Is that the one you're talking about, Perheadmo? I think I can find Tubin. Tubin the world. That's all I think about. It's the cruise in the world, but with Tubin. Dark Rights of Arkham has a demo. All right, I'll open this up. Let me check that out. I had something else I was gonna throw out there, but it's not gonna take real long. I don't know if anybody would really be interested. The Dark Rights of Arkham. That is in my wish list. Let me. Yes, go ahead. All right, that'll take a bit. We're gonna Zombies Ate My Neighbors. I'll play a little bit of Zombies Ate My Neighbors. I was gonna like dance around a couple different consoles and throw out what I got on there. I will check out Tubin at some point, but I would have to fiddle around with all stuff to get going today. But I got Zombies Ate My Neighbors up there. Let's go over to the game screen. Even though I don't got a game up right now, let's get some BGM on this. Bum bum bum. There we go. I like this one. I may have to find a new opening song this year because BGMer no longer lists the song that I use for the intro on their site. And they had a YouTube video and it's been taken down. And so I don't know if that means that the license is invalid, right? Because it's no longer listed on their site. And sometimes when that stuff gets taken down, it's because somebody else is like, no, actually, I own that. Now, when I searched for it on various sites to look for the rights owners for music, they all came up BGMer. So I'm going to keep an eye on it. But my number one concern is if I suddenly get hundreds of copyright claims for the song that I've used in pretty much every video. So it's got me a little bit nervous. So we'll see. I would rather not, though. I really like that tune. I will change it eventually. Eventually I'll reach a point where, like, you know what, I want to freshen it up. But I probably won't change that song until the actual intro animation changes. Because if the actual intro animation changed, it would be a whole other thing. But yeah, I'm keeping my eye on it. I don't want to change it. I'm just very nervous. I wish I could just, like, hey, you know, let me just buy the license for this. And I should probably just find something I could actually, like, slide some money across to not have to worry about that. Maybe I can commission somebody. I could try to make something myself, but I'm no musician. But the reason we're in the game screen for right now is one of the things I want to talk about that I never really talk about a whole lot. I can go into, like, a little bit of detail on is my streaming setup and the different consoles I have and what I use. I don't know the best way to advertise this stuff on streams because I have been asked what emulator I'm using when I'm using the actual hardware. I have been asked or recommended things like save states when I'm on consoles where I don't have the ability to do a save state because I think it's not really clear that I'm using, like, the actual hardware. But I also don't want to just jam it into, like, every title, like hashtag real hardware. I try and put it, like, in the tags. I don't always update those properly. Kind of lazy about that. But that's, generally speaking, that's what I'm using. I don't have everything. Sometimes I use an emulator for some of the systems that I don't possess, that are not quite in the cards yet. But I plan on getting at least one new console or system this year, depending on the cost. Take notes for future burgling. If you can get in here past the night cleaner, like, good on you. I will say that most of the time when people come in here because they think it's an abandoned building, like urban explorers, you know, they're never really, like, heard from again. You know, I get a fair amount of calls from the police here that are like, these people came in your building and then they didn't come back out. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. You're free to search. And then I get other people coming in like, hey, this officer showed up at your building to check out this missing person report, and, like, they didn't come back out. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Eventually they stop. Eventually they're like, you know what? Maybe not. I don't have anything to do with it. It's just the nature. That's the nature of this building. You know, it's like a roach motel for urban explorers. They come in, they don't go out. All right, I'm going to show some pictures here. I'm going to preface this by saying I'm going to get a lot of criticism for this, and that criticism is fair. It's fair and valid, and I will take it. The lighting in here is not great, and a lot of this equipment is black. Some of it I don't have an excuse. Some of it, I'm looking at my Go XLR right now, and I still haven't cleaned it because every time I try to clean it, I end up hitting buttons and it freaks out. A lot of this stuff is dusty. It's gonna be messy. Well, it's gonna be messy too. The cables are a nightmare. But there's a lot of stuff here that I took a picture a while ago, and until that flash went off, I did not realize how much dust was on some of this stuff. And I did dust it, but I didn't take another picture. But it's been long enough that it's probably dusty again. I'm really bad about it. I'm sorry. Anyway, let's look at some pictures. I can show you my my setup here. And I can pull my pointer up. And I can take you through some of what I got going on here. I talk about some of the hardware. I don't know how interested anybody is in the particulars of the hardware that I use, but some people are, and I've considered maybe putting a note in the tag Yeah, I'm not kidding. Like, this is it's a very confined space I'm in. It is a closet. It is a closet. My 3D rendering is pretty accurate to it. It's actually probably a little bit wider. Keep going almost there. Oh my God. Oh my God, Brian. So I there's a lot going on in this picture here. I might zoom in on some stuff. So I have 3 monitors. It's a 1080p. These two are 1440p. This is 24. These both are 24. This is 27. I don't remember the brand of this one. It's some weird brand I've never heard of. But it was the best small-ish size monitor at 1440p I could get. I like 1440p. A lot of the stuff that I'm scaling runs at 1440p, even though I don't stream at 1440p. There's a whole other reason for that. What about that top one falling? So there is behind this, you can't see it. There's a pole that is attached to the desk here. And it actually screwed additional wood into the desk to reinforce all of this stuff. So it's not just relying on this rather thin like particle board section. It's got strong reinforcement. I also bolted additional legs onto the table. So like there's one right here. So there's an arm attached to this. There's just a big pole that has 3 monitor arms on it. It's very secure. It's very secure. It's not going anywhere. It looks worse. Up above that, you can't see in this photo, up above this monitor is a light because I have to light my face for the phone here to get accurate capture for the facial recognition. And it used to be right here, and it was way too bright and it was murdering my eyes. And I kind of tucked it halfway behind this monitor, and it's bright enough that the facial tracking works, but it's not like totally blinding to me. But I couldn't get it in the shot here. So I got my 3 monitors there. I game on this monitor. If it's a PC game, it sits in here. OBS sits over here, and then usually Chrome is up here. And then also on this monitor, anytime I need to look at a walkthrough or chat is like right here on the monitor. It's not as dark as I thought it'd be. Well, the camera flash like added a lot of light to it. It's a little bit darker than this because there's only one light in here and it's like behind a little bit. I should put some more lighting in. But that's where I do it. And then on this monitor, I will switch it to the HDMI input when I'm playing console games. And then the output from the HDMI scaler equipment goes into that. So I can talk a little bit about the equipment that I'm using if you had any curiosity. Starting off with the audio setup. This is the microphone I have here. It is a SE Electronics Dynacaster DCM8 dynamic microphone. It is really sensitive to vibration and impact. It was a more budget-friendly option than, say, the Shure SM58, which was very popular. Was it SM58 or was it the SM7B? It was like really popular with podcasters. You see it, a lot of podcasters use that. It seemed like everyone was like, we got to use that. The one thing advantage that had is it's got very good shock mounting internally. This does not. This has a shock mount you can get for it, but it's like this gigantic cage and it just takes up too much space. I'm using a low profile monitor arm from Elgato that slides under the monitor and it keeps the arm from just blocking a bunch of the view and stays out of my face. I've been pretty happy with it. I've gotten no complaints, or at least not for a while in the audio, so I'm pretty satisfied with that. And that's running into a Go XLR. The Go XLR is kind of a dead product. I want to say at this point, most of the people working on the software on that team have been laid off or let go. So there's really no development happening with it. They do still sell it, last I checked. And I have a second one back in the cave on that computer. So if anything happens to this, I do have a backup hardware for it. But I have a particular setup, and it makes it kind of a nightmare if I wanted to replace it, because nothing quite does what all I need this to do. This has audio filtering in it. I can use stuff in OBS, audio filtering in OBS, but I mostly use what's in the Go XLR. I have nice volume sliders. The nice thing with these sliders is that I can adjust the volume on this, and it's just what I'm hearing, and it won't affect what you're hearing. So I can have stuff very loud for me and quiet for you, or vice versa. I can't believe I still haven't gone through and set this stuff to loop. I'm still going to keep playing. I like this track a lot. I can switch to another one. Various wireless controllers. This is a Switch controller. Works very well. It's nice for a lot of the games I play are like Super Nintendo or anything like that. Games that I like this format of the controller more than the Pro controller. So that's usually what I use. I've been pretty happy with it. It works pretty well. This is a wireless controller for the Super Nintendo. I haven't not had any issues with it, really. I've been very happy with it. It's only a matter of time, though, before it pisses me off, because the D-pad's always screwed up on these things. Underneath that is an NES wireless controller that I used until I played Battletoads, and I realized it has kind of issues, and I gave up on it and moved to this Sansui Turbo, which you can see over here. That's the Sansui Joy Card, which is a nice Hudson main controller with turbo for the NES. Really like it. This is a special Super Nintendo game that I'll play at some point. Custom Super Nintendo game. That's my PC Engine core graphics right there. PS3 controller, PS2 controller, Sega Saturn controller. Turbo power, the power glove. It's so bad. Sometimes you really need turbo. I use turbo when I need to buy healing potions in Final Fantasy because it goes quicker. What else is going on in here? So that is the audio. Also being piped into this audio, it also outputs these speakers, and I can turn it on and off with controls from the Stream Deck. These little USB powered speakers. This is a doorbell that you can turn the sound off and it just lights up. So I've got that outside the building, so if somebody needs to reach me, I found it very handy. Until people just decide that like they should just pound on the walls outside to get my attention, usually when they're asking about someone who disappeared. But for what it is, it works for this. I do have to test it very frequently because it runs off of AA batteries, and sometimes they die. So it's a neat idea. In execution, it only depends on how willing people are to push a button covered in spider webs. Don't ask me about that. But yeah, I can control a lot of this stuff from like the routing from the Stream Deck here. We use the Stream Deck XL, which is a huge like boon for everything. I have so many functions mapped out to it. I don't know. I would not be able to do everything that I do on stream without the Stream Deck. That is like the most important piece of hardware. I also have this over here that I really need to just get rid of. This is a PC panel. It's just a simple USB controller. It has software that you can attach these volume sliders and knobs if you want to audio levels or other functions within OBS or other software. And so if I ever need to like drop down the audio on a game I'm playing, I can just reach over and hit the sliders on this to drop it up and down. However, more often than not, I'm just moving between like set levels. Like, okay, well, like -7 dB is too loud for this. I'll drop it down to -15. That's a sweet spot. Almost every game I play falls somewhere within 2 or 3 levels. And so really I could just dump this out, free up that USB port, and then just put buttons on the Stream Deck that are like set, game capture to -7, 15, 30, whatever, and then up and down on there. It's just a little bit more precise and consistent than just adjusting it in the software. Because if you ever like dragged the sliders, the faders down in OBS, like it's hard to get like a consistent, repeatable result from that. And it's small enough that you might not notice, but I do. That's my mini disc player. It's still on my desk. What's up, Joshua? I don't know if anybody is around because that was like a long time ago That's when I was playing Resident Evil 1. I was talking about how the MO discs in that are basically mini discs. And I'm like, I have a mini disc player. And I went and dug it out and changed the batteries. Like, yep, it still works as on my mini discs. Mini disc player. I thought mini discs are very cool technology. I really like it a lot. And this is DMX. It's my DMX CD that I use for testing. Flesh of my flesh, blood of my blood. Excellent CD. Excellent CD. There's also a 3DO demo disc, Japanese demo disc up here that came with the 3DO that I got. But yeah, anytime I need to test an optical drive back here, DMX goes in there. On a shelf behind me, I also have the soundtrack for Destroy All Monsters, which is really good. And then there's just some junk back here that I really should get out of there. But this is just like, back here, it's just like a dead area. It's like, this is an old adapter for RetroTink, Xbox 360 battery. This is an HDMI switch I don't use anymore. This is a backup camera mount for the iPhone. There's an old hard drive, old mechanical hard drive. I don't even remember what that is there from. And then some laptop RAM. And I think that was when I was working on a friend's family's Mac Mini, and I had to replace the RAM, and I think this RAM is no good. And it's been sitting here for like 3 years. I don't know why. I don't know why. I forget it's there, because like I said, that's just a dead area. I think I showed. Oh yeah, this back here. So I was really happy with this. I have a little desk clamp here that has a cell phone holder like mount screwed into it, and I shoved my capture card in that, so it's held in place, but I can access the cables because sometimes I need to. Every once in a while I have to unplug the USB to kind of reboot it on the same second controller, the banana. Oh, so this one, the 6-button, that's a Saturn controller, wireless. I don't know how I'm probably going to go back to wired. But I had this one. I've got other wireless controllers from the same company that worked really well. Every time I tried to use this, I had connection issues, and it was a real pain to get to resync. So I don't know if I'll continue using it. It's just, I like having wireless controllers. Sometimes they have issues, but it's better than having cords dangling all over the place. There's the PS2. This is a Logitech PS2 controller. Excellent. I think it's like action controller, something like that. If you still play PS2 and you're looking for a wireless PS2 controller and you don't want to mess with options to use like, you know, DualShock 4, something like that, you can find these on eBay pretty inexpensively. The only issue is that there is a single capacitor inside the receiver that tends to fail, and then it won't sync. And it's a pain to get a replacement because it's a particular size of capacitor. And if you just go to an electronics supplier and get the capacitor that matches the values, unless you're very careful, it'll be too large for the case. But I did manage to fix that stuff. I've had these for years and years. They still work great. I'm very happy with them. Great battery life. Runs off 2 AA's. And there's my 8BitDo Pro controller that I use most of the time for PC games. I've been happy enough with that. USB power supply. If you got a lot of stuff that needs to be powered by USB and it just needs power, I cannot recommend enough picking up a multi-port USB power supply like this. This is powering my RetroTink 4K upscaler. It's powering an HDMI switch. It's charging multiple controllers. It is charging the iPhone I'm using right now. What's up, Sagalicious? Swagalicious, not Sagalicious. Apologies for that. Happy 2026 to you as well. What's up, Jeremy? Once I went wireless, never went back. To know for so long to the PS3 and 360 era. Yeah, PS3 and 360 is like, it was like the standard, and they worked really well. But prior to that, there were a lot of wireless controllers that just worked very poorly. Unless the GameCube. And the GameCube, you had the Wavebird, which in my opinion, the Wavebird is the first really good first-party wireless controller. I'm chatting about my stream setup. I'm just showing some pictures of this setup in my very tiny streaming closet space. That's actually the box from the USB power supply. That's the second one. I haven't needed it yet, but I'm close. I'm almost running out of ports because I have so many different cables for charging controllers and powering different stuff. I have a lot of stuff that's powered by USB. And so I just have this box that has like 6 ports. How many ports is this here? PowerPort 6 from Anchor. PowerPort 6 ports. Wish I had some damn foam things in small office. Yeah. So the foam, like, all it does, like, this stuff will not block noise. I've seen it get recommended sometimes for blocking sound. It won't do that. There's a sound blanket over here that does a pretty good job on that wall, because there's a room on the other side of this wall that I occasionally hear moaning and groaning from. Someone trying to chew through the walls and get at me. But yeah, it just blocks like reverb, so I don't, like, my voice isn't just bouncing off the wall so much. I should probably put some in these areas, but after I got through all of this, like, the sound was improved so much that I stopped. I had to repair your PS4 controller, PS2 controller, which is this one here. It's a Logitech controller, wireless PS2. But I have had to work on PS4 controllers, PS3 controllers. I've had to do, most of the time, PS3 controllers, all I've had to do is open it up and clean it, because the contacts get dirty, particularly under the PlayStation button, which is how it powers on. The contacts get dirty under that, and it just doesn't power on. Some buttons don't. It's usually good cleaning takes care of it. Battery replacement too. Not much else. All I have is a piece of curtain to stop the echo. That's really all you need. Like, this foam was cheap for like a big pack of it. And it was better because I have this outlet right here. I needed something that I could easily, like, cut around it. But like a big thick curtain will block a lot of that stuff. The reason, like, they've got ridges in this stuff, and the idea is that, like, the reverb will, like, go into between the ridges and, like, bounce between them and decay. It doesn't have to be that thick. The thicker curtains are more for trying to block outside noise from coming in. And that's a real tricky thing, because it's all about insulation, but also isolation. And it's a problem that I have, that I can't isolate physically enough of the area here. Like, I've set up my mic arm so it's attached to this little shelf that's the same height as the desk. It was actually part of the desk, but I separated it. It attaches to that, so it's not physically connected to this table. So if I tap on this, you can kind of hear it. If I get really, like, you can hear it, but it's not, like, as bad as the arm. Watch your ears a second. If I hit the actual mic arm itself, like, it's a different, more obnoxious sound. The problem is that if a loud vehicle drives by outside, the vibration comes in through the floor and up that table. And so you hear, like, it's not, I can't hear it like that much, but it's vibrating up through the floor of the place. It's very difficult without extensive construction rework to deal with isolation. And there's a lot of specialty equipment for mounting drywall and things like that isolate it from physical vibrations to an extent so that sound will not carry as much. Also, like, very thick insulation can do it as well. So insulating and isolating are the two tricks. So these things will not, like, stop sound from coming in. It won't stop your voice from going out, but it will improve the acoustics of your workspace. But you don't need this. A blanket is excellent. Curtains are very good. I've had content problems with PS4 controllers just breaking from simple use. Rubber triggers getting stuck, no longer resetting back to normal. Yeah. The sticks are, like, a particular problem. Place 8 inches of sand on the floor. I would have to construct, like, a floor above the floor on, like, springs and stuff. I'm thinking about investing in some, like, thick foam to try and isolate the legs of that, considering noise dampening curtains. Yeah, like, you can just get curtains, like semi-thick curtains, from a normal store, or you can get something sold as a fire blanket, which has like acoustic matting inside. But they're like, this one was like $80. I used to work in AV professionally, more on the install side of things. So like I dealt with a lot of structural stuff. So I had connections on this stuff, and a lot of it I already had from work that I had done. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered with it, because all this stuff gets very expensive, and you don't need it. You don't need an expensive mic to get good sound. You don't need a Go XLR to get good sound. I use the Go XLR because I can separate out the audio channels. That's good. I can separate out audio channels for all of my Windows sounds, Discord sounds, games, console games, because that comes into it as well. I can separate all this stuff out for playback, and it makes it easy to manage it and have different levels for different things, which is one of my thick blankets. Yeah, the thick blankets work well. If you're talking about acoustic treatment, thick blankets work well. Curtains work really well. If you're talking about trying to block noise, there's particular things you'd want, but thick blankets can do that to an extent as well. That's what a lot of people use if you are building like a sound booth. A lot of people who are doing like voice recording from home would just have a closet, and they would just have like thick blankets spread around it, and it cuts a lot of ambient noise out. It doesn't make it like a soundproof booth, but it really improves the sound of a space. Makes it a lot less echoey. A little bit goes a long way. And in this kind of setup too, there's stuff you can't deal with as much. Like, this is a big flat surface here. It's covered with stuff. It's not just because I'm messy. It's also because the more stuff I have on here, the less like big flat reflective surface I have. But I can't do anything about the monitors. Like, that my voice is going to bounce right back off of that. So probably some of it. Real money, use digital splitters for audio. Yeah, so you don't need to go to this extent. I when I was still working, I started building this stuff, and I put a lot into it. But a lot of it was, I didn't buy most of this stuff to stream. I bought it because it was useful for something I was working on professionally. And then when I left that profession, I still had a lot of it, and I was like, well, I'll keep using this. There are other audio options besides the Go XLR that are more economical, but this does everything that I need it to pretty much. One of the big things is it has an optical input. So let me see if I got that's the console. I don't think I have a better picture of it. Tucked behind here is an HDMI switch. It's a 6x2 HDMI matrix. And the reason I use a matrix, I didn't really need a matrix. I just wanted one with two outputs. So I can go through some of that. Samsung Galaxy J2s, my Stream Deck. Yeah. If you use like the Stream Deck software, like you can just use a phone or a tablet. You don't have to go for the expensive hardware. And I haven't used it myself, but everything I've heard is that it works just as well. Oh, the same mouse basically. Yeah, this is a. I think who bought them? What is the name of it? It's not Brandon on that. What's the Z? I really like the mouse. Now they're like a pain in the ass to get now. Just search for a mouse that was rated for most clicks. Yeah, I like it because it has no software. I need no software for it. Zowie, that's it. But Zowie was purchased by BenQ, and now like it's hard to get wired mice. That's something that I don't like, is wireless mice. I prefer wired mice for the stuff that I work on. And I got tired of dealing with like Logitech software, particularly Razer software. I didn't find the build quality was all there for either of them. I've been really happy with it. I've been using this mouse for the entire time I've been streaming. It's the only mouse I've had back here. I've been really happy with it. It works really well. I had to replace the mouse on my Blender workstation, and I wanted to get the same Zowie mouse and found that it was just really hard to find them. I had to buy one off of eBay. So what I've got for the setup is I have this HDMI switch. One output goes to the capture card. One output goes to the monitor. And I do that so that I don't have to worry about weird latency delay that the capture card adds. But also for when I want to capture the PS3, because I have to use a particular set for the PS3. Oh, check super common. They're everywhere. Yeah. The gamer mouse, a bunch of buttons I don't use. I like that. Remember Jum with Eyes. Jum with Eyes will return someday. I mean, really, you just have to be like born yesterday to remember that. So I have the HDMI switch. I actually have less than I used to have plugged into it. So I have this HDMI switch. What's going into it is my RetroTink 4K scaler. I used to also have an RT5X, the RetroTink 5X scaler, and I would use that only for the NES. But the SCART port on that started having issues, and I just really didn't find a need for it because I bought this 6-port, or is it 5-port? I think it's 6-port. Or 6-port manual SCART switch from Retro Game Cables. Because I tend to use SCART for all my console hookups because it's one of the best analog outputs you're going to get if it's capable of outputting SCART. And that's what all the stuff's hooked up through. 6 is actually not enough. I do occasionally have to swap cables. 6 is not enough, but that all goes into the RT4K. And that takes up one spot on the HDMI switch. And also the Xbox 360 is on there. The PS3 is on there. The Switch, Nintendo Switch is hooked up on there. Dreamcast is hooked up to it. I have an HDMI mounted Dreamcast, and I ended up stopping using that because the audio was like way too hot, and I never found a solution for it. Instead, I got a special SCART cable that is a SCART connector, but it's wired for VGA. There's a VGA circuit in it, which is the best output you could get from a Dreamcast if you could find a good VGA cable. So now I'm using that through the scaler instead. Everybody knows coming next week had a change after a decade. Same because mine started to make door stopping sounds. Yeah, I've had back when I was playing Minecraft a lot. I had to replace the switches in my mice like once a year because the left click the switch would just break. And I had a lot of trouble finding like good quality switches that would last. And then I ended up setting a hotkey on the Stream Deck to just hold down the left button so I didn't have to do it on the mouse anymore, if I remember to it. Yeah, so I got all my consoles going into this. There's a small HDMI switch back here too. And the only reason I need that is there's only one HDMI input on the RT4K. And I have both my OG Xbox and my GameCube going into it. So I just have a small switch so I can switch between the GameCube and that. So I think that covers that. I don't know if anybody has if they're curious about anything here, has any questions about anything that's present on this. So it's a pretty tight area. You can see like I have to angle these monitors like quite a bit in order to have a monitor that's roughly center, which means my keyboard is like way off center, which was a pain when I played the Crimson Diamond because I had to like either awkwardly type off to the side or move this keyboard over more and then make more room over here. This is usually where I set my beverage, right here, right there, not in this picture, but that's why this is all it's got like a lot of stuff that's spilled on it. I haven't bothered to replace this or try to clean this in a while. But yeah, it's pretty tight. This note right here is Mega Man 6 boss weaknesses, I believe. That's still here. And I kind of stopped paying attention to whatever is written on it. And it's just kind of there. And I had looked at it today for the first time since I played that. B squared is set liquids there. It's in a container that has a screwed on lid. So like it's pretty much impossible to spill. Otherwise I wouldn't put anything there. I have spilled though. when I have other beverages that weren't in that kind of container, I have clumsily spilled, which is most of that. The only reason I have it clean is that I have to pick up all of this stuff. I have to pick all this stuff up, and it's like I don't touch this. This is the area where my hand sits, and this is just decoration. I would probably just slice that off if I'm being real. Like, goodbye. These things are, it's a pain to clean these desk mats thoroughly and then dry them properly. And a lot of times they get a really funky smell if you can't get them dried properly. And I don't want this to stink like mildew. So I'm just like, whatever, I'll just live with this. Eventually I'll just replace it. Forever my coffee, never bring any drinks in the computer area. Yeah, mold. Yeah, I don't want the mold. It's a problem that happens sometimes if you get mouse mats, because a lot of mouse mats are made from recycled wetsuit material, if you could believe it. And a lot of them will have a funky smell, which is very difficult to get out, which is basically like a mildewy smell that you may get used to. That olfactory fatigue may take it away, but the smell never does. I have another mat. If I ever decide to replace this, that is like a PlayStation jammed in one. The water gets stuck in there. That's what I'm saying. Like you can't throw these things in a dryer, right? Because they're not like made for like real heat like that. If it's nice, if the weather's real nice outside, you can get it somewhere out in the sun and dry it out there. But like you really gotta leave it out there in the heat and sun for like a good amount of time. Because I've had that with like smaller mats that I used for just like a mouse pad. No, I don't want that. I don't want this. That's so. What is this Stranger Things? Because I like that. I had to throw a mouse pad because of that. Yeah. About a hair dryer. Hair dryer can work, but it takes a very long time because you're only really going to be adequately heating like a small area. So you gotta like very slowly go over it. It's best to like air dry them outside, but it's tough. It's tough. It's best to just not spill. It's too late for that. Yeah, not seen back here is the power strip, which I just don't have enough outlets on, so I constantly have to switch out like one or two plugs to get something plugged in. It's just kind of all jammed back in there. Let's move to the consoles. So this is not always the setup, but it generally is. You got your PlayStation. It's in this 3D printed stand that sits in on its side. I don't think I'd recommend that. Like I order one of those creepy hands. Amazon. you get one on an Amazon. I'm gonna throw you a link. I don't know if they still got the. I mailed one of these hands to a friend of mine once, and I don't know if he appreciated it or not. Probably giving up like. Giving up the ghost on this, but this is where you can purchase a similar hand. Oh wait, no. Wait, why is why did that come out through so long? There we go. Always scratches my disc when I was on the side. Yeah. So the PlayStation, it's funny. The earliest model of PlayStation, the power supply for the PlayStation, internal power supply is right here. It is not really adequately cooled. It is just vented. There's no fans. In the earliest model PlayStation, the laser would sit right here, right next to the hottest part of it. And so the early releases of the PS1 had a lot of laser issues because it would overheat the laser and it would damage it over time. And you get it to work by flipping the PlayStation upside down. Putting it on its side, it's not really designed for that, so things will get out of whack. This is on its side because the laser drive is like it's not in there anymore. I'm using an optical drive emulator, the X Station, so it loads all the games off of an SD card. Otherwise, I wouldn't do this, and I wouldn't recommend doing this if you still are just using discs. because it's really not set up for that. Other ones like the PS2, like it's okay. I've had some people tell me like, no, that'll damage it. Like, no, it's kind of designed for it. It's not that big of a deal, but I also have other solutions for that. I pretty much any system that uses optical discs, I find a way to avoid that because it's really hard to repair or replace the lasers. I don't have the right equipment to adequately like repair lasers, because you gotta have like a good oscilloscope. You gotta know the numbers to get things scaled back in. You can just like eyeball it, like just adjust the settings until it seems to read, but you can cause a lot of laser damage that way and just like burn through lasers much quicker. There's a science to it. I don't have I don't have what it takes to get that done. So I generally tend to replace them with ODEs. So this has an X station in it. The PS2 has a hard drive installed in it, and it has some software that lets me run games off of the hard drive, but I still have the disk drive that I can use. Yeah, PS2 instead more than any other games in the long run of my life. The PS1, PS2, Super Nintendo, they have such huge libraries of games. There's so much good stuff on there that you could just play those consoles and almost nothing else. You may want to play something else, but like you have such a wide variety of games across those systems that yeah, you could just play those. What's up, J Money? How's it going? Happy New Year. How you doing? So yeah, I got in this photo the PS1, the PS2. There's the wireless receiver there. Sega Genesis Model 2. I don't have it written down in front of me, but I do have it marked somewhere what the particular board revision is. And I've been thinking about doing some audio work on it because there's a lot of variety in the internal hardware on the Sega Genesis. They made a lot of changes to the audio hardware, and there's a lot of internal board revisions. And some of them can sound wildly different from each other. There's also an error. There's a kind of bug in the original Sega Genesis model that says high def graphics on it that can cause some audio issues. That one game, I think it was Super Turricane, is programmed to work around that issue such that if you play it in a later revision of the Genesis, the audio sounds screwed up because it's made to use the buggy audio. It's kind of funny. Most people, I think, won't hear a difference, but there are purists out there though. These are the particular models that are good, and everything else is kind of bad. Model 3, it's seen better days. Works. Model 3 is not bad. I think the Model 3 does not. I could be wrong. I think the Model 3 might not have stereo sound. The Model 3 lacks some of the hardware that this has, but it's something you may never encounter. The Model 1 and Model 2 Genesis actually contain hardware for the Master System. So with a cartridge adapter, you can play Master System games on it. And the later, like the Model 3, which is like the smaller revision, does not have that, but it can be modified in. Ran most of my NES games. Small town barely had any NES games at Walmart. When I was a town, population 200 when I was 8. Yeah, we had pretty good like supply of NES games around here. In some of the stores, Toys R Us was like the big place to go for that until they kind of burned the bridges there. I'm curious, how do you put all in your closet? Oh, it was difficult. It was difficult. I got some shelves behind me that make it a very careful operation. If I ever need to get my chair out of here, I have to very carefully maneuver out of here because I've kind of bricked myself up in the space. But I built this desk inside the room because I couldn't get it through the door. So I had to construct all the furniture in here, which was fun. So yeah, and then the NES. This space on top of the NES is like consoles get switched out. Like right now the Genesis is here. The N64 would sit here when I had it in. If I bring the Twin Famicom in here, it would go in there. So this spot is like either the Genesis, Nintendo 64, or the Twin Famicom, where they kind of alternate depending on what I'm using with them. And of course, there's the PC Engine Core Graphics, which I used set up earlier. This is connected with SCART. This is modified for RGB SCART, so that's also SCART. The PlayStation 2 is using component output. It gets very good picture off of component. If you ever hook up a PS2 and you get an image, but it's all like screwed up looking, it's probably set to component output, or it could be broken. But a lot of times I found them, ones I've got on eBay, were set to component output. And luckily I had a component cable, but if you don't, you basically just have to memorize the controller input to get it through. It's kind of funny. Got time better. I got 4th grade, population boom, all new stores, new goodies. Yeah, we didn't have like we had specific game stores, but like their selection sucked. Like I remember like looking for PS1 games, and like they never had any of the good PS1 games. Like I wanted to buy Final Fantasy VII, and it was a little bit after it was out, but like the greatest hits version was still out there. And none of like the game stores, like the game exclusive retailers, had it. They always had like sports games, like the stuff that wasn't selling. It was like they just never bothered to restock things. They're always very disappointed. Also, those people were very rude in there. I get that I was young, but like I had money, cash money that I was spending every week, and they were still like acted like my presence there was like, oh, I can't believe you're wasting my time. Like I'm conducting business here. So that's the shelf. So the model in my chatting screen is actually based off of the desk that I have and this little shelf. The difference is these consoles are always here. They're not getting rotated out like they do in the production. Down and lower shelf, this is where the dust really shines in, because all these areas, like this is all camera flash. This is completely dark back here. I can't see any of this without a flashlight. Sorry, this routine. Yeah, it was pretty bad experience. I don't know what their beef was. They're all gone now. I mean, the stores are all gone. I don't know about the employees. I'm not going to wish that on them, but like those stores are gone now. It's 4,700 nowadays. Yeah, that's a lot better than 200. That's rough. I've lived in small-ish places, but like they're always close enough to more populated areas that it was like a 20-minute drive to go to like a mall or somewhere with a big shopping center. We have a lot more of that in town now, but they're all like small versions. Like we got a Best Buy, but it's much smaller than the Best Buy that's a half hour away. Or at least it was one open. I don't really shop there anymore. Do all my shopping online. I tend not to go anywhere in person. PS3 Slim. Yep. There's my Slim PS3. Still working fine. Some modification on this straight. The PS3 is a pain. So the PlayStation 3 always has HDCP copy protection on. And really, ideally, HDCP should only be on when you're watching like a Blu-ray or a DVD, right? And what that does is it prevents video output if it detects a non-HDCP compliant device, which a capture card would be. So in order to use the PlayStation 3 and capture HDMI, like you could just output component video and capture that, but it always gave me trouble. So I've got the HDMI running out, and I have to employ a particular HDMI splitter. And they can't really advertise that they break HDCP, because it's essentially what it does. One output sends HDCP, the other one doesn't. And so I have a particular small splitter that I have to then unplug the HDMI cable going to the capture card to route it through the splitter. And I have to do it in a very particular way so that the monitor is coming off of it. So I have to like fiddle with these cables anytime I want to capture PS3. And the PS TV is the same way. PS TV is the same issue. But yeah, my PS3 Slim, that is the Xbox 360 Slim? Is it called the Slim? The S back there. This is my second one. I picked that up last year to replace my aging 360 Elite. It's a lot quieter, runs very well. There's my Switch dock. It sits nicely on top of that. It's on a little, they're not on the carpet. There's a little monitor riser they're sitting on. I don't have a lot of space for my feet. What's that? The black memory card? which one. This is the GameCube, and that memory card is the GameCube Mem Card Pro that saves onto an SD card and will automatically create cards for that. And for just wires, yeah, I'm pretty free of wires like under my feet, but I don't have like a ton of space. Not pictured here. Down like right below this, you can see my headphone cable, and there's the headphone stand. It's holding the headphones. My PC is right here, right down in this area. So like I've got from like here to here is where my legs can sit. And I gotta go, if I go all the way back out, I'll dip into a cable, but it's just a power cord. It's fine. So yeah, go back to that stuff. Convinced Mega Man isn't dead and that he will survive. I don't know. Does she think he's dead? I'm pretty sure she's. I don't know what her thoughts on Mega Man are. What's up, Jum Jum? How you doing? I'm gonna get Volnut back from the moon. I don't know. I have zero hope for Mega Man Legends 3. Even the Mega Man Legends 3 they were planning, I don't think really continued it because it was mostly featured off of a different character. But that's next to the GameCube. Sega Saturn. That's the one you're talking about, Judd. That's the Sega Saturn. That's a wireless controller receiver. So the Sega Saturn actually had internal save memory. And there's a little door in the back here that you can access a coin cell battery that powers the internal save memory. It does have a cartridge slot behind the disk drive that you can use for memory expansion. Similar to the Sega CD had the same thing. It had a cartridge that was like a memory card, but it also had internal storage. You have the cartridge for backup. You could also use the cartridge slot on the Sega Saturn for RAM expansion, which some games used. And then some games, like I think there's a Street Fighter game. There's a fighting game. Black box. That's the leg of a monitor stand. These are sitting on top of a monitor stand. This is the GameCube power supply. Just because there's more room for it over there than there is there. This is a Super Nintendo cleaning cart. But this is like, that's just a arm. This is the 3DO with an optical drive emulator inside, and it has a little front mounted SD card. And then this is a power converter to convert American power to Japanese 100 volt output, because that's what the 3DO's power supply was designed for. Now, technically, you can run it off of, 120 volt in the States, but you'll wear out your power supply faster. And there's a lot of debate. Same for the Saturn, that they have power supplies designed for the Japanese power grid, but their tolerances allow for plugging into the US power. And in fact, I think most US Saturns use the exact same power supply circuit. I'm not so sure on the 3DO. And these were expensive, so I'm like, you know what? This is $50. I'll just use this. I'll feel some peace of mind on it. So that's my 3DO there, with the controller plugged into it. Super Nintendo wireless controller adapter, Sega Dreamcast, GameCube with the Wavebird, like that. The OG Xbox. What is down there? That is. Oh, I think that's PS2 Slim. Is that? It is. It's so dark down there, I didn't even realize it had fallen over. Yeah, so I have a PS2 Slim down there. Just in case. Although I do have a... sorry for the banging and clanging. That's in the shelf that the mic is attached to. The Xbox Fat, the OG Xbox, yeah. But you can see all the controller cables that are hanging out down here. PlayStation controller. This is actually a video cable for what is this? Oh, N64. That's the N64 video cable right here. This is the Dreamcast cable. Yep. That is one of these is the Sunsweet Joy card. This is the audio plug on the Sunsweet Joy card that you can plug into the audio output on your NES, and the controller has a headphone port, which is pretty interesting for the day. What is this cable? That's the NES. Is it two cables? No, that's just the NES, and it's got another wire hanging off of it, and there's that. It's really hard to manage some of this stuff. Some of these cables are like I temporarily hooked up a console and I didn't tuck it back there. Then a battery backup unit. All of my stuff goes through a power conditioner / battery backup. Keeps stuff from unexpectedly losing power, protects them from surges or instability in the power grid. There's my 360 controller just kind of tucked under there. I really need to get a charge adapter for the PS3 because the PS3 required a specific handshake to charge the controller. So you could, generally speaking, only charge it from the PS3, and it only charges when it's on. But a company recently put out a adapter that allows you to plug the charge the PS3 controller off for a regular power supply. So I really need to get one of those. I usually just leave the PS3 controller plugged in because the battery's getting kind of weak, and I just didn't feel like getting an upgrade, getting a new battery for it. But I should, because they're not that expensive. So yeah, those are the consoles. Not pictured here is my Wii, which I will get back from the family because nobody's playing Wii Sports anymore. So I got to get that back. Modified with HDMI output. That worked really well. My Wii U, my twin Famicom, PS4 and PS5. I have some stuff on PS5 that I will play. Even though I mostly play retro stuff, I do occasionally play some new stuff, and generally play some of it on the PS5, then try and play on the PC. I think everything else is imaged there. Everything else is in here now. This shelf is not very big. If you know how large a GameCube is, like it just fits on the shelf with enough room for the cables going out the back. I use a Carby, which this GameCube is the early model that had digital output, and the Carby converts that digital output to HDMI, and that's plugged in the back, adds some extra space to it. But if you're familiar with the size of any of these consoles, you can kind of tell, how much space the shelf actually gives me, which is not a ton. It's not a ton. So I have to kind of juggle some of the consoles and some of the stuff, like it just doesn't have a permanent home. I'm worried about the Wii, because if I have to do stuff with the Wiimote, like I got this mic right in front of me. It's going to be kind of difficult for me to get crazy with it. I may have to do that elsewhere with the wireless mic. Or I guess I could just hook up the wireless mic here and do that, but I'm still kind of flailing my limbs. You got them all. Not quite all of them. So some of the consoles I don't have are, I don't think I've got any other pictures there. Oh, that's the dust is terrible there. This HDMI switch, it's just you can't even get it anymore. I bought that HDMI switch specifically because of two things on it. Yeah, I gotta get in there again and dust again. I dusted after I took the pictures, and I'm sure it's already dusty again. The HDMI switch has an optical audio output, and I could just get an audio de-embedder, but that's like one more box the HDMI has to go for. I try to get things that combine functions, so I don't have to have two different things doing the same thing. So this will output audio on HDMI and split it into optical output, and I run the optical into the Go XLR, and that's how I monitor the console audio. That's how I listen to audio from the consoles going through the capture device. I don't listen to it through the capture device or the PC, which is sometimes a problem because sometimes it's gone crazy and I can't hear it because I'm not actually live monitoring some of the audio in OBS. But it also has serial control. So I have buttons on my Stream Deck that let me change the inputs on the HDMI. And I can also, through serial control the RT4K and change profiles and adjust settings on that so I don't have to mess with them remote. I'm a control freak. I like to control the things. So yeah, that's a bit of the setup there. I think I think all the other pictures that were just like pictures of the equipment. I was trying to make a nice like graphic with all this stuff hooked up, and like there's so many things that overlap that it was just like, this is getting crazy. I can't do this. What other notes did I have? Switcher, HDMI switch, the audio, PC. I could get rid of that PC panel. It's just like sentimental now, I guess, because I could just replace it with a button that says change this to this level. All right, that's good. Any questions or comments or any information, additional information on that front before I move on to some games? All right, I gotta switch my video up here. Let's bring that down for right now. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, well, I gotta switch my SCART here. Give me a sec. All right, there we go. Zombies ate my neighbors. Nope, I do got it. Switch my profile up here. See where that's at. All right, let's play some Zombies Ate My Neighbors. Yeah, the comment about you got them all. I don't have a Sega Master System, but I can play Master System games on the Genesis. I don't have Japanese PCs like the PC 88 or 98. I kind of would like to have those, but I don't know if I have room for them or how much utility I would really get out of them. Same for the MSX. I just think the MSX is cool. Commodore. I might get a Commodore this year. I'm very curious about it, and I like to play around with one. I think it's like the portable ones. This game have dev cheat codes. I'm sure it did. I haven't never looked into the cheat codes. I never owned this game when it was new, but I would always play it at a toy store in the mall that had it on a demo. I think they had it pretty cheap there too, and like I could have bought it. Well, I didn't have a job at the time. I was a kid, but I never got it. Hoot evening Anochi. How's it going? Was this the SNES? This is the SNES version. Yeah, this is on the Super Nintendo. I have never beaten this. I haven't either. I never committed a lot of time to it. Let's see. Oh, I don't know why am I shooting the lady there? Baby. Bum, bum, bum. Buzzy? What do you mean by Buzzy? Is the audio Buzzy? Oh! Man, he moved a lot quicker than I expected him to. Where's anybody else? Whoa! What's that hell of a review? Best level I can remember is the Egypt one. I only remember like the early levels because I only ever really played it in the demo at the toy store. Or to shoot from the first Men in Black movie. You gotta shoot at everything. If the game's nice enough to like not care who you shoot at, then just shoot. Well, I guess I do have an ammo limit. Or do I have unlimited ammo? Yeah, I just realized that, like, oh wait, it's true. Atari. Yeah, I don't have any of the Atari. I don't know if I'll ever get a CDI. CDIs are expensive, and I don't know why. Who's out there inflating the CDI pricing? That's my question. Whee! The dog! All right. That's probably, it's gotta be nothing else. Let's get out of here. 40 years of Castlevania. It is 40 years of Castlevania. When are they gonna have a new Castlevania? And what kind of Castlevania will it be? Level 2. We'll do a couple levels of this. Move on. I'm not gonna stay with this all evening. Got you. Who's bouncing? What is this? The noise on this. It's funny, like the Super Nintendo. All of its audio is sample based, so I haven't used any of the alternate weapons. The most popular Metroidvania. That's what I would think. Maybe they're 2D linear Metroidvania. Some of this game legitimately creeped me out. There's some weird stuff in this game. Go back to the OG can. You know they're gonna go with the Netflix stuff, or they're just gonna rewrite everything. There's not enough canon to hang their hat on for the old stuff, so they're just gonna go their own direction. Money. Oh, I didn't mean to use that. There we go. Got you, friend. Gotta get this cheerleader. Ow! They said your money or your life, and I said no. You mean I didn't hit that guy? Oh, well, okay. They got her. They got her. Look at the mouse trying to show Ruby Spears. The weird one for Terry Netflix and Lord of Shadow. I don't know. I like the Netflix Vania stuff, but because I also think that a lot of the bit of, I haven't watched the second season, but a lot of the stuff that they went into on that is from like the NES games, where it's like the majority of the story is in the instruction manual. So like I just don't feel like, you know what I'm saying, like there's a lot that is, ooh, just got that. Like that I don't know what's going on there. Jeez. Come with me. I'm gonna get so many people killed here. Shablamo. Oh, Jesus. They were right there too. Oh, jeez. So I had this body like on fire back there. That's pretty crazy. Mr. Zombies ate my neighbor. What's still going on? This babies are a nightmare. This babies are a nightmare. I think the games chose to go straight Richter. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like a lot of the games they deal with skip straight ahead to Rondo and Symphony of the Night. Didn't even try to stay game accurate. But it's a lot of the stuff that they're pulling from is like they don't have a lot. Like it leaves a lot open to interpretation. Babby. I will get you, Babby. I will get you out of here. Theoretically. Ow! I always forget which button is which in panic. What? Is there anything else worth scoping out here? Oh, refill on that. That's good enough. Roger Rabbit, baby. Yeah, Mr. Not Castlevania has to be so heavily stripped down. I think there's some stuff that like they took the characters and adapted to a story without without necessarily like worrying about what was in the worrying how accurate it was or what story they were continuing off of. They just kind of wrote a new story. I understand the frustration with that. I personally liked it well enough, but how do I get up there? Can I break this? No. Jason. Hello, Jason, my old friend. Money, keep it simple, easy to understand most people. Yeah, well, that's. I don't think they were banking on people having like a lot of the viewers they're trying to reach having a deep connection to like the NES manual. Plus, we after Mayor butchered the first 2 games. Game footage fighting in just 12 episodes. I didn't watch that. The OG story mess too. Well, a lot of times there just wasn't a story. They just kind of like connected some dots. It wasn't until later stuff that actually formed things into it. If I was watching many tons of stories, don't really concern myself caring about canon. Yeah, it depends on how well it's done. I think there are times where it can be like this had a story and it fit, and if you write it into a story that just now doesn't make any sense, or like the Street Fighter, right? Can I get through these? I just got to depend on. There we go. It's like I hope I don't have to just like depend on. Oh man, I'm gonna run out of these. I just gotta depend on the missiles. I was worried like, oh, do I gotta get the chainsaw guy to come chop these down and like hope for the best? Oh, I did. Okay, well, you just do you. Oh God. I hate how like you got to get so close to them and then they're just on you. It's hard to shoot some of them. Uh-oh. Oh, how do I get over there? Hiya! Take it, that got me nowhere. These won't. No. Let's try to run through. Okay. Earlier, the Blaze Blue anime rewatched one day and remember wanting more fights. I'm not familiar enough with the story to like get anything like done to like have any opinion on it one way or the other. What sequel to this franchise would you make to the Zombies That May Never? I don't know. I would have to like play through all of it to like go through. There is like, what is it, Ghoul School? There is a sequel to this, I think. Stop carrying that canon when it comes to shows and games. I think there's ways you can rewrite stuff or change things or adapt things that work well and are good, and there's ways you can do it that like if you adapted Batman but we're like, what if he just never wore the suit? And I'm like, I think that's kind of odd. So there's ways you can do it that completely strip out what was going on with it. And I thought Castlevania like kept like the core ideas while changing things up to make a coherent story out of it, connecting things that were not necessarily connected. I might have a fair amount of interpretation of things. Sometimes good, even better in some aspects. Yeah, it depends on how they roll out the stuff. Mega Man 2 Warrior anime, Mega Star Force anime, greatly diverged Battle Network and Star Force. Yeah, well, I don't think the Capcom was too concerned. I think they were fine, just like, just do it, just do whatever. Here's some notes. Netflix presents Zombies Ate My Neighbors. In an episode about my EX's true identity. No, I mean, I also, I'm talking about this before, that I think a lot of times, like, they don't even have information like that, like, available to them when they're writing the shows. I think a lot of times, like, there's things in the games that are not known, or they don't present it for people. Oh, that guy up there. I don't want to use my potion just yet. Or maybe I have to. How do I get up there? Hey! Oh wow, you can't just kill them. It's gotta be way up there. Oh no. Oh boy. What even are those? I don't know if I can get up to this. Can I get up to this guy? I like Varney the Vampire. I liked Varney. I like what Varney turned into at the end of it. Welcome back, Judd. And I fully charged bad adaptation. And that is a Mega Man. Of course, substitute for Rocklight. Yeah. Like 20 seconds behind. Oh yeah. Yeah, no worries. They live forever like Jason. I know that one guy, like, I could punch him down, but the rest of them, like, they'll just, you gotta they take a lot of a beating on that. Kind of pretty much choosing stuff for adaptations. Yeah, I mean, all that stuff just kind of intermixes there. Am I just hosed now? Because I'm out of the rockets. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. How do I get up there? Okay. I don't know how to get to that person without being able to break the walls. One fully charged fan, even own the comic. I didn't really play it. I don't know. I'm curious about it. I would like to play it sometime. Damn it. Stuck. Ah, finally. Nothing. Okay. That was worth a shot. I think I just had to wait for them to saw a hole for me. Covered green parts usually enter from the side. Oh, I'll have to keep that in mind. Should continue on to see the evil ex Dr. Wily was working with. It's just going to be like another Dr. Wily, I feel like. Or the comics online, OG Comics is good. Yeah, I think the comics were pretty entertaining. It's not a game show. Oh, what am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the, I think it was the PSP. Powered Up is what I'm thinking of. Joshua, I'm confusing the two. Zero being it soon. Oh, then I haven't seen that at all. You have to use Jason's advantage. I was thinking as much. And we'll charge. What's about Silicon City? Why is it praised by Sunalite? It's Port Commander base. Or does everybody look so different? This is the problem that I have with stuff like wanting Capcom to do I think I'm going to move on. I had fun with this, but I want to dip to something else, but I got to step away for a second too. So it's a good point is I need to transition. Wait, switch off to another console. Play something randomly for a little bit. I think we'll check out something on the Saturn next. And then I'll hit up one more console, and then we will check out some demos on the PC. The thing is with I got a game. I'm gonna look at what's on the Saturn ODE right now, because I think I got a game on there that I thought looked pretty interesting. It's all in Japanese. Actually, I got a couple games on there that I like that, but I like to scope it out because I don't get to use the Saturn as much as I'd like, which is my fault. I'm the one picking the games. But the problem with like asking for more Mega Man games or Castlevania games or any of that after a long period of time is that a lot of times there'll be a perception in the company, especially if the series, like the sales were faltering towards the end when they stopped putting them out, that they don't want to like continue the existing series as much as rewriting something and putting something new out. So if they did more Mega Man Legends, it probably wouldn't be Mega Man Legends. It would be Mega Man, I don't know, Mega Man Super Fun, Super Legends or whatever. And it would be a whole different story with different characters. The longer it goes, the more likely it is they're just going to be like, that one didn't sell well enough. Let's reinvent things. Let's do something new. We need to reach a new audience. There's also a perception, which I don't think is holding up on the market, but a lot of companies held that they had to revitalize properties every so often on the assumption that their fans were younger, that they would age out of it, and that they need to refill that with new, younger fans instead of appealing to the existing fans. But a lot of that just comes down to sales. If the games weren't selling well enough for them to consider successful, if they do continue it, they're going to assume that there was something wrong and just start taking stabs at what they think it is. I hope you do a full playthrough this sometime. I will. I feel bad like anytime I pull a game out that I'm like, it's a random game night. I play some of it. I usually come back. I almost always come back to the games. I would like to play all the way through this though. I just didn't want to focus all on one game tonight. Captain Omega was more unintentionally hilarious. But that was the thing, like all the characters in there were like so goofy, but that was like the perception of games at the time. I mean, just look at like Mega Man 1 box art, and that's what they thought of him. It's about money. It's a company. Yeah. When I goes to iCarly random game day, dance music playing my head. It's game day. Can you imagine a remake of this game on the Switch too? I would be really curious, like how they would remake it. Would it be top down? Would it be first person? I could see a really cool remake of this. I could see a really cheap 3D remake of it too. I could see it going both ways. And I think at this point it would probably be more like kind of cheap 3D. There would be 25 levels. Like I have low expectations for a lot of that stuff now. Battle Network, Star Force, aimed at a younger demographic. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, when, like, I kind of avoided some of those series because, like, I like the classic Mega Man, and then when they were like, okay, well, that's not doing it anymore. Let's do a whole different style of game. And it was like, I think that's cool. I want that classic Mega Man though. I think I missed out on a lot of that stuff, but it's the same with a lot of games. Like, hey, Pac-Man's cool, but what if we made like a platformer? Because people like that now. And I think that ended up being some very cool games, but you can see how they like, well, let's throw it all out and start over. It's a fan remake on PC, first person FPS, similar 2D Doom art style. Okay. See, that makes sense. But I think that gives it a different feel if you go to first person, but I'd still like to check that out. Well, because I grew up on the first game. Yeah, I would like to check more of them out. Some amount of time Porter shooting first. Kill those Mavericks. So my versions of Mega Man, him different to new ones. Normal at this point. Yeah, I mean that's how it is with a lot of franchises. Look at like Alone in the Dark. I'm a huge Alone in the Dark fan. I enjoy, to various degrees, all of the Alone in the Dark games, although I haven't played the Game Boy Color version of Alone in the Dark: The New Nightmare yet, and I will. It looks really interesting, but also one of those like, why did they make this kind of games? But yeah, every time they put that out, they're like, we gotta rethink this. We gotta do something new with it. We gotta go in a different direction. And sometimes it works, and sometimes it's just like, what is this? But that even goes back to the original. Like the first one was like very Lovecraftian, kind of horror inspired. And then the next one is about pirates. And then the next one is an old West ghost town where you're fighting an old wizard. They weren't even consistent in the original versions. I did really like the new Alone in the Dark game, and I think it's a shame that it didn't do well. I think it deserves to be more well remembered, but I think it just came out up against too much stuff, like Scooby-Doo. Yeah, like Scooby-Doo. Scooby-Doo's a good example of that. I liked Scooby-Doo as a kid. I liked a pup named Scooby-Doo. I like the I would say the newer Scooby-Doo was interesting. I never watched the Velma show. So I have no opinion on it, like at all. I have no view one way or the other. I heard a lot of people very upset about it. I don't know that I ever heard anyone say that show's really great and I love it. But then again, I don't hear that about much of anything anymore. HBO one, I love the season one. Was that Velma, or is that like a different one? Because there was a different one where like, wasn't there one where Shaggy and Velma were dating in it? That was before the was it Mindy Kaling? Is that her name? That Velma? But it's so hard to judge that stuff because it seemed like a lot of people didn't give it a fair shot, which is tough too. If you take a known property and make big changes to it, a lot of people just won't even give it a chance. They'll just decry it as terrible and not even watch it. It's even too safe. I'll have to watch it sometime. I'm not opposed to that. Mystery Inc. That's the show. That's the one I'm thinking of. Scooby-Doo Mystery Inc. Plot-driven show. Yeah, I enjoyed that. I think there's a lot of these properties were never envisioned or intended to be these coherent universes. Yep. You know, so much candy you can stick when your games just Geico's this thing. Yeah. And there's so many games like that there's a lot of games too where most of the story exists outside of the game. Where like there's books written about it or like interviews, but you actually play the game and there's like not much story in it at all. You know what I'm saying? But people have like all kinds of canon for it, and it's like, but none of that comes in the game. But then there's some things where like stuff's hinted at, and then people develop a canon about the hints. Be Cool Scooby-Doo is my favorite one. I don't think I watched that one. Be Cool Scooby-Doo. looks weird. Why does it look so weird? When was this? From 2015. The character designs are like... That looks weird to me. I'll have to watch it. Streaming anywhere. It's one of the problems. A lot of this stuff is like Warner Brothers, and Warner Brothers is just like, what if we just didn't stream any of it? Is it on HBO Max? Content not available. See, that's what I'm talking about. I hope, you know, I'm not a big fan of the endless mergers and acquisitions, but I hope whoever buys Warner actually puts some of their properties back on their streaming service. It's so stupid. Zaslav, what the hell are you thinking? Fire that man, but they won't. They'll pay him millions. It sickens me. Humor wasn't for everyone, Velma. It looks so bad. She's a jerk. I liked it. I understand why people were, yeah. See, but in that, Jeremy, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, where they've changed it. They've changed the adaptation so much that they've essentially written an entire new thing. And so I can understand people are like, I really like Scooby-Doo, and this is not that. And I get that. And sometimes there's things where like you could have just made your own thing. You just filed it off and slapped the Scooby-Doo costume on it. I don't think that means you shouldn't try new stuff with existing properties, but also like a lot of people are just not even going to give it a shot if it's like too far off. Not always the case though. Sometimes people aren't familiar enough with it. HBO Max doesn't like animation. They don't like anything on there. I think they took didn't they take Westworld down? Like, where the hell am I supposed to watch that then? It's nonsense. I gotta step away for a minute. I gotta step away for just a sec. We'll come back. We'll check out some Saturn, something on Saturn, and then we'll look at some maybe look at some demos on the PC. I'm just winging it here. I got no particular plan for anything, so we'll check some stuff out. New show, completely different. Feel bad for the white dude with blonde hair. He wasn't racist, OG show, or dumb. Yeah, and that's the kind of stuff like I don't know. Like I feel like, yeah, I don't know. I would have to watch it. Like, just hearing descriptions of stuff, I could try to form opinions, but like that's not the same as watching it and saying demos. I will check out. I'll check out at least one demo, but probably more than one demo. You know, the Scooby game that is Fred? Is that Fred? God, why can't I remember their names? Fred Jones. That's right. It is Fred. Fred was supposed to be the bad character and everyone loved him. It's kind of like Tony Stark. People were supposed to hate Tony Stark. He was supposed to be a parody of rich industrialists. And like, I love this guy. Give me more of him. What if he was a drunk? What if he was a raging alcoholic? It's great. It's so identifiable. In children's comic books. He's rocking that ascot, man. I don't know. I don't think kids understood they were supposed to be upset about the ascot. Homelander. Yeah, that kind of makes me mad. Kind of makes me mad that people are like, yeah, Homelander. I'm like, no. It's at least like Rorschach I understood, where people were like, he's cool because he's like Batman. If Batman was homeless and stinky instead of rich, that's like Rorschach. But Rorschach was also supposed to be like, he wasn't supposed to be someone that people identified with or liked. He was supposed to be like something you're supposed to be like, oh, that guy's a problem. But everybody loves him. And you know what? He's a cool character in fiction. Don't be like him in life. Rorschach is kind of ruthlessly principled, better or worse. Yeah. And like there's a particular like philosophy that he's meant to be representative of that you're not supposed to identify with. That he wasn't intended to be like everybody loved him. It's crazy to be so insufferable. It went all the way back into being fun. I can fix him. He's misunderstood. His heart is in the wrong place. Yeah. Rorschach had ideas. It was just like they made a person with a terrible personal philosophy who was also like really capable and cool in that way. It's like if like it's like if Bruce Lee was doing Bruce Lee stuff and then started quoting like Ayn Rand. And you're like, oh no, I can't get behind this, but the kung fu is so cool. People finally had peace. Yes, but at what price? It wasn't a true peace. It wasn't a real peace. And he also ensured that, because that's the whole bit at the end where like he has it all written in his journal. He had it all written in his journal and like it got delivered. So like it was all going to come out. That's why Dr. Manhattan leaves and says it never ends, because it doesn't end. What are you going to say, Ayn Rand? I never know quite how to pronounce her name, if I'm pronouncing it right. But like, God, I hate that. I hate that particular philosophical blend from her works that are just like, oh, it makes me so angry. I always say like Ein, that makes sense. I always want to say Anne, and then I'm like, wait, no, it's not spelled that. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I really got to go now. I've delayed it enough. I must go. My dad told me to read Atlas Shrugged, and I was like, no, thanks. Yeah, no. I think there's a value in reading that stuff so that you understand like the mindset, but like, I hope that you read it and aren't like, you know what, they got the right idea. I think it's useful to understand where people are like, have you read this great book? And then you read it and you're like, oh, that's what you're thinking. Yeah, no. Yeah, no, I don't go that route. All right, I'll be back in just a few moments, and then we will continue with some more games. Stay tuned. Okay, I was wrong. It's not on the. It's not on the Saturn. Oh boy, I keep forgetting. So the Dreamcast. It's on the. It's. I'll get back to this. Okay, I'm all jumbled up here. The game I was thinking of is not on the Saturn. It's on the PlayStation. I don't have it loaded right now, and I don't have my SD card reader because it's in my laptop bag, which is not here. So I'll come back to that another time. So I'm like, okay, well, there's another game that's on the Dreamcast. If you could call it a game. That I want to check out. But the Dreamcast has a really annoying, oh geez, no. Okay, and this is a problem in and of itself. The Dreamcast has a battery inside that loses charge very quickly. I have replaced the battery. It's a fresh battery. It's a rechargeable battery. Keeps the clock. That's about it. And if I don't turn the Dreamcast on, like once every other week or once a month and let it run for like a couple of hours, the battery dies. Even though it's plugged in, because that's how the power supply is wired up. It has to be on the charger battery. It's the stupidest thing. Then every time I turn it on, I have to set the date, which isn't that big of a deal. But it's just kind of irksome. Like, why do I have to keep doing this? Why do I have to keep doing this? Okay. I gotta change the card on here. Okay. There we go. What was I playing on? Oh yeah, it was D2. So the way the Saturn, I use an optical river emulator on the Saturn as well, and the way it handles disk changes is kind of goofy. It basically just like cycles through the list of all the games you have on there. So I had to make a special SD card just for D2, and I had to switch that out. But it's switched out now, so I can pull up this thing, which I will probably do some kind of watch along for on the Discord at some point. I don't think I will do a stream on this because this isn't a game. This isn't really a game at all. This is one of the weirdest things that I've encountered, and it got a fan translation. It was not released in the US. I don't think I need to hook up the VMU for this. Let's pull this up. Put that Dreamcast up there. Interactive movie. It's more of just a movie. The kid will not be getting a stuffed animal from my childhood. Very nice. I think I still possess one, which is Robot Man. Which reminds me I gotta check the battery on it because it makes sound. And I haven't checked the battery in a while. Which was a comic strip. It was originally like a licensed comic strip. And then eventually like somebody else took over writing it and it became like a completely different thing. It's very interesting to me. Anyway, here is I think I got a photograph of this thing. This is one of my favorite toys, favorite stuffed animals from my childhood. This is Robot Man. His little heart opens up and he plays music. I still have it. It's on my shelf back in the cave next to the life-size bust of Spider-Man. My brother had another one that was a different character in this. There was, I think, a single cartoon of this. I love robots, and so a little stuffed animal of a robot that plays a tune. Let me find the Wikipedia page. Monty. Okay. So the comic strip Monty. It began as Robot Man starting in 1985 and changed to Monty in 2001. The comic strip began as Robot Man February 18, 1985. Originally depicted the exploits of a small robot from outer space visiting Earth, living with the ordinary Milda family. Robot Man originated as a character created by British musician Peter Shelley. Looked with the United Feature Syndicate in an attempt to push Robot Man via cross-marketing toys, records, videos, other merchandise. Deke Enterprises produced a 90-minute television special called Robot Man and Friends. I'm going to have to look that up and see if that's anywhere. I don't imagine it'd be very good, but that would be a blast from my past. Because I don't have the whole thing. I see little clips of it. It's got to be out there on the internet somewhere. So this was based on this toy. And so they created a comic strip about this. And then in the 90s, like eventually like the comic strip was the only thing left. And like the toy line disappeared, everything disappeared. And that comic strip was the only thing left. And so I will post this link to the Wikipedia article. I enjoyed the comic strip. I used to cut them out of a newspaper and glue them onto sheets and put them in a binder. I don't have any of that stuff anymore. It also that's a weird memory. While I was cutting this stuff out, my mom handed me a stack of credit cards, which I didn't think anything of as a child. I didn't think about it until remembering it sometime in my 20s, thinking, boy, it was weird that my mom had a stack of like 15 credit cards to cut up. Like, why would you have so many? They had some financial issues back then that I didn't learn about until much later. But the credit cards had little holograms on them. It was like an counterfeit credit card thing. And so I cut out these holograms off of the credit cards and glued them onto the pages around these comic strips of Garfield and Robot Man. But in the 90s, the guy doing the comic changed it to feature this nerd Monty. And then eventually Robot Man kind of dropped out of the strip and it just became Monty. Robot Man was gradually phased out of the strip through a farewell storyline in 2001, which he left Earth to find love on planet Deskelion. The series continued as Monty in April 2001. Robot Man's place in the strip being taken by space alien Mr. Pi. I believe it's still running. He's still running. Jim Medic is still doing this comic strip that started out as like a cross promotion for like a weird toy line. It's very bizarre because I remember like I lost track. I stopped reading like the comics in the newspaper at some point, and then many years later I went back to it and saw what was still at that time labeled Robot Man. It was extremely confused because it was no longer about my childhood toy. And I'm just like, what happened to this? Birdcage of Horrors. All right, let me read to you about what the Birdcage of Horrors is. It's a video murder mystery told in 1-minute clips, one for each day of the year. Each clip is its own chapter, and chapters can be cycled forward and backward with L and R shoulder buttons. So this was, how was this? This was an oddball release. Internet Drama, or IDRA, as it was called, from Sega and ASCII Entertainment. Love ASCII Entertainment. They do a lot of weird stuff. It's part of Dreamcast Direct Online service. So this was presented originally part of their online service. I think they were released online because the Dreamcast had a dial-up modem in it. It was like one of the first consoles that had internet connectivity, if you don't count. Like the Sega Saturn had an add-on for that. I think the Saturn had an add-on for that. The Genesis had like some add-ons for that, but it wasn't the same. It wasn't the same. They just connected to their own thing. Distributed on 6 GD-ROM discs representing chapters presented in 365 1-minute episodes. Each episode became accessible gradually over the course of a year from 1999-2000. Would also require players to complete the previous chapters before downloading special save files from the internet to their VMU to unlock the new episodes. New patch, however, treats it as a standalone piece of software. So this is an English translation patch of it. They subtitled it. And all the stuff is available now. Try to get Bill Watterson to teach Robot Man and Calvin and Hobbes' requirement for syndication and said no. Yeah, that's great, right? That's so bizarre. So yeah, this is thankfully like a group did a translation of this so we can watch some of it. I'm not gonna go through the whole thing. SNES had on too. Oh yeah, it's similar, but that's different because it wasn't directly the internet. That's the Satellaview, which some people are working on a way to bring that back to allow it to connect to some additional hardware and distribute games to that again. Satellaview has some cool, interesting stuff on it that you really can't reproduce. They did the BSL, which was the Satellite Zelda, which was like additional content for Link to the Past, and they ran it with live like radio broadcasts on it that I don't know if there are recordings of that, so you really can't. It's an experience you cannot really reproduce. You can play those games, but you can't really reproduce that stuff. A lot of interesting stuff like that out there. All right, let me know how the volume is. We'll see if it's too loud. We'll watch a couple of these clips here. Chapters 1 through 63. There's so many of them. Yeah, there was a big fan effort to recreate F-Zero tracks that were released through Satellaview. And the way it worked is you had essentially a flash cart that you would load games onto. And then every time a new game would come out on it, you would overwrite the flash cart. And as a consequence, because those things were only available through that, the only way to preserve that is if somebody still has a flash cart with that content saved on it. And they hadn't been able to find any flash carts, any of the Satellaview carts that had the F-Zero tracks on it. But they had fairly complete VHS recordings of the tracks, which they used to fairly accurately recreate the tracks by advancing like one screen at a time. And so there are fan recreations. It's a fan recreation of these lost F-Zero tracks based solely on VHS recordings of playthroughs of it. But there is so much lost content out there because video game companies just like are not interested in archiving this stuff. Maybe they are now, but they certainly weren't back then. Similar to how the BBC just like threw out a bunch of master recordings of Doctor Who, and so there's tons of lost episodes that some of them they've been recreated with reel-to-reel recordings and 8mm recordings people captured from just recording the TV, which is pretty crazy that this stuff is out there. But yeah, there's that sound novel for Silent Hill for the Game Boy Advance that was part of a cellular program, a cell phone service-based program that lasted for a very short time in Japan. And only I think the first part of it is available because everything else had to be downloaded. And it wasn't like a flash cart. It was just downloaded to the Game Boy Advance memory. So as soon as you turn the Game Boy Advance on, it was off. So the only way that stuff could be captured now is if somebody somehow has a Game Boy Advance that has been on for like 2 decades. Probably less than that, right? But like many, many years, which is not really possible. I realized we're reselling it years later. Yeah, I mean, you gotta keep in mind at the time that the BBC did this, like home video wasn't a thing, and so it just wasn't in their mind at all. The fan remake of the Silent Hill game you're talking about turned into a PC game. I've seen bits of it. There's just a lot of like the later chapters, like there's some information on, but like they don't in their original format, like they're just not existent at all. But and I find it really interesting people go to recreate that stuff. The Video Game History Foundation had a game that they secured the rights to that was donated to them by the estate of one of the developers, and it was a prototype game, and they contracted Megacat Studios to finish the game, and then it's published. You can buy a card of it from I Am 8-Bit. I think it's like $100 for a physical cart of this never released NES game that has been finished. It was unfinished when they got it. That goes to benefit the Video Game History Foundation. It's worth looking into if you're into this sort of thing. Last chapter is completely gone. Yep. Because that's, like I was saying, the only way you'd have it is if somebody still had their Game Boy Advance powered on for years and years. I say that teacher who recorded years of footage and filled up storage lockers with it just to maintain it in case government media got revisionist on us. Yeah. There's like, I feel I do that with some YouTube videos. Like I started like saving some YouTube videos because I kept running into videos that just disappeared because like it was a cool music video that someone made with a clip from anime that I thought was really neat and worth viewing, and it got copyright strike and was just gone. And then that drives me crazy when I remember something and I can't find it because the channel got deleted by that. All right, so let's check out some of this Birdcage of Horrors. They're very short clips. I haven't saw with the music compilation channels I follow. Yeah. That's a lot of the stuff I get is like future funk tracks. that like get wiped out by that. It's on the budget and cheesy. I love it. It's some classic like VHS era, maybe early DVD era J horror. Just such an interesting concept, right? It's all on the disc, but you have to wait for them to send you the save file on the internet so that you can access the later chapter. Downloading this over for disc. Well, it was all on the disc. But it was locked. You had to have a save file that they would only hand out every day. So that was one. We gotta wait till tomorrow to watch the next one.
選ばれたんですよ。
選ばれた。
私の依頼人にね。
誰ですか、その依頼人というのは。
こちらからは申し上げられません。そうですね。コマドリとでもお呼びしておきましょうか。
コマドリ？
あなたの莫大な借金は。
Joshua, you may be thinking of Department Q.
だからコマドリによって選ばれた。よくもまあここまで借りたもんですな。でもね、方法はあるんです。
Oh no, that's something else. What am I thinking of? It's like Ultraman related.
死んで返すという方法がね。
Not Department Q is a newer thing.
毎日死ぬことを考えているでしょ。でも周りに迷惑をかけるからそれもできないでいる。そんな方たちのためにこの契約が存在するんです。
Ultra Q maybe?
しかしこの契約を結んだら本当に殺し合いが起こるんじゃ。
第8条にもあるでしょ。
I can boost the audio.
この契約が住人相互の殺し合いを示唆するものではないことを理解するとね。皆さんそれを読んだ上で判をしてくださってるんだ。指定のマンションに引っ越した段階で契約は正式に効力を持ちます。マンションの名はグラウエンハイ。
How just like dying to see the next day would you be if you were watching this back in the year 1999? Turn from cast like every day, dial in to get the save file to watch the next chapter. I think it's related to Ultra Q. She's never seen again. Yep. Bye bye.
クビになった前の会社でドイツ語を少しやってましてね。
ドイツ語？Ichなんとか？
Ich hoffe, diese Medienhut nicht schlimmes passieren。私がこの年で肉体労働をやってるのも運を使い果たしたからでさ。幸運を祈ってますよ。
Danke schön。
I think it's Ultra Q. It's not Department Q. The original series from like the 60s.
あれですね。
ブラウエン
But there's a series from the 2000s as well. Realistic road. It probably was just actual roadkill. Like straight up.
ここに住んでる人？
いや、僕は地下の喫茶店でバイトしてるんだ。ついでに管理人の手伝いも。
あ、私8号室に引っ越してきた角田直です。よろしく。
よろしく。高村哲。あ、後で管理人の前田さんのとこに顔出してくれる？喫茶店のマスターもやってる人だからすぐわかるよ。
うん。
That's not weird at all. Wait a minute, is that the Nintendo guy back there? Is that Iwata? Was Iwata making a cameo as a street stalker?
ここに越してきたの。
あ、はい、
音がしてごめんね。
Let me get
俺
your
15号
this
室の
bird right
岩
now.
田。
Yep.
職業はこれ。
コンビニ強盗。
なんでよ。
冗談です。プロレスラーでしょ？
そう。リングネームはインモラ
Takakura.
ル岩田。
Takakura is such a popular name.
インモラル？
Yeah, Joshua, the Japanese Doctor Who, I would imagine, is like an Ultraman related series, like Ultra Q or Ultra Q Dark Fantasy, which is one of like the later versions. Ultraman Orb also fits in there. It's kind of, the 358 days left is kind of threatening to me. It's like the Ring's 7 days.
はい。角田直です。
7号室の清水恵理子。
よろしくお願いします。
あなたもあの契約を。
契約ですか？
いいの。なんでもないわ。
You'll begin coughing in 357 days. I think like that long, like halfway through the year, it would lose all like threateningness. Like, yeah. If you got a phone call like every day for a year that was like 365 days, 364 days, like eventually you'd stop being worried about it.
高村さん。
哲でいいよ。引っ越し終わった？
Tetsuo!
なおちゃんだね。
あ、はい。引っ越し終わりまし
I
た。
know it's not Tetsuo, it's
お疲れ
just Tetsuo,
様。
but whatever.
何か不便
So
な
that's
ことでもあっ
genius
たら言っ
strikes
て
after you
ね。
think it's a hoax. I mean, to be fair, in the ring, like that guy looks like Iwata. Just kind of. Maybe that's just
早速なんで
yeah,
す
it
け
says
ど、
something
エア
about
コン
me.
の調子が悪い
It
み
just
たい。
reminds me of Iwata
Ah,
from the
じ
Nintendo
ゃあ
Directs.
ちょっと行ってみてやって。
あ、はい。
Like during those 7 days, like they start coughing up hair and like having visions and like weird stuff happening.
手袋しといた方がいいわよ。
どうしてですか？
変なところに指紋がつくと後で厄介だから。
Oh my god! Don't want to leave any evidence you were here.
エレベーターだと逃げ場がないでしょ。
Don't leave fingerprints. Always have an exit.
確かになんとなく変だな。
お父さんが来年の9月までアメリカにいるの。
お母さんは？
2年前に天国に行っちゃった。
おかしいな。
何が？
どこも異常ないけど。
きっと神様のお導きよ。
Never go to the second
アルバ
location.
イトの青年に休息を与えようって。
Get all the good advice.
どうぞ。
ありがとう。
それにね、私に話し相手を連れてきてくれたのかも。
店にいても話し相手にはなれるよ。
他のお客さんたちがなんか変だったし。
考えすぎじゃないかな。
You don't say.
初めての一人暮らしで不安なんだよ。
さっきの清水さんね、鍵4つもつけてんの。
4つも。
あの人も初めての一人暮らし。
Oh. And who's eating a light bulb in there? How would you feel if you lived alone in the middle of the night, you were woken to the sound of someone like just snacking on some chips? Just like right in your ear. Like totally look like a dude's head. I've told you before about the life-size bust of Spider-Man that I have sitting on a shelf next to where I sleep. And if I wake up in the middle of the night, look over, it just looks like a person staring at me. But there's nowhere else for me to put it, and I refuse to pack it away. It's gonna end in tragedy one night. I also have a statue of MODOK that is about the size of a human head.
カラスですか。誰かが屋上にゴミ
It's also in a bad position.
おはよう。
これから学校
Sorry, that was me. Joshua, how could you?
鉄悪いけど屋上へ行ってゴミを片付けてくれないかな。
はい。
Well, the curse killed all the other crows, so that's why there's only the two. Uh-oh, that sounds like more than two. I'm running on the roof. Oh! Uh-oh. Well, it looks like she wasn't careful enough, maybe. Oh my god! Reasonable reaction. I guess Nix wasn't satisfied with just the valuables.
まさかここの住人。
隣の部屋からずっとノコギリの音が。
Oh my god!
前田さん、合鍵持ってます？
Man, that sound was going on for a long time. Did they just very slowly saw the head off?
ガスだよ。
Oh my god! What the hell? Wow, just making her sing with the gas there. Wow!
ガスホースが気管につながれてる。声帯が震えて声を出してる。
I hope somebody opened a window.
致命傷は？まさか生きたまんま。
Tell the cause of death? Well, normally you die if your head's removed. So probably that.
屋上にあった胴体の方だ。でもあっちはカラスが散々食った後ですよ。死体損壊罪で逮捕しろよ。カラスを？
おい、ゴダ。発見時にはこいつが鳴ってたそうだ。
Just with gas running after you, man. They're just taking their sweet
このマンショ
time.
ンに悪魔が来たんだな。 あなた方が発見者だそうですね。田園署の合田です。お話伺いたいんですが。発見時鍵は開いていたか。その夜中に聞こえた音っていうのは
Maybe kill a different way than murder, cut the head off the dead body. I'm sure that's what happened. I don't think someone would just sit there while you slowly sawed their head off.
っていうような硬いものを切る音。それとも
I hope.
肉をちょん切るようなゴリゴ
She
リ
was so careful. Not careful enough.
ゴリゴリブチね。
あなたもあの契約を。
契約？
え？
あの人契約とか言ってた。
That's all for now. Now that I get you invested. Colonel, it's time to move. It's time to get out of there. Would you say it sounded like a human spine? I don't, it doesn't sound like that when I saw heads off. I'll tell you that much. There's a lot less crunch to it. Dang it, jump. All right, I'll go back. I'll go back. I don't know what number we were on.
Karas がうるさくて寝てらんないわよ。カラスですか。
手を見て。
You know, gas doesn't naturally have a smell. That's a chemical they add to it so that you can detect when there's a gas link. But like natural gas that they pipe through your stove doesn't actually have like an odor.
致命傷は？まさか生きたまんま。違うな。見たところ生活反応はない。
We're about to have a Fight Club situation there when like the fridge kicks over and just blows them all out the window.
死体損壊罪で逮捕しろよ。カラスを？
おい、ゴダ。発見時にはこいつが鳴ってたそうだ。
It's a similar phenomenon with like alcohol,
このマンションに
and that's theorized to be the issue for like ghost ships they found when they've gone on like ships and found like everybody gone, like everyone just left in the middle of a meal and just like took off, but the ship is intact. And it's usually because they were carrying alcohol that wasn't sealed properly and it evaporated, which generally doesn't leave much of an odor, and it burns in pure alcohol burns colorlessly. And so it's very dangerous if it evaporates like in a ship hold. So everyone would go out on life raft, and then the life raft would just get swept away, and the ship would just be out there waiting to blow up or dissipate. Wait, it's just what a question. Like, how do you expect the average person to know what sawing through flesh sounds like? This is just a trick to get someone to confess.
あの人契約とか言ってた。
その契約っていうのは？
詳しいことは分かんないけど。
他には？
なんだか怯えてた。いつでも逃げられるようにって階段使ってたし、部屋に4つも鍵つけてたし。
それでも被害に遭ったか。
Sound like
やってきた悪魔は顔見知りかな。
悪魔?
If you're asking people that question, like, did it sound like someone sawing a head off? And you said yes, their follow-up question would be, how many heads have you sawn off?
大丈夫。
とにかく。
That's your flash. Oh, Flash! Did you see the head flash? Were you here for the severed head reveal?
ひとまずここまでにしましょう。
I mean, I think you saw like the headless body, but I don't know if you saw like the head with the gas pipes through it.
何ですか刑事さん。
担当直入に聞きますがね。
It was pretty.
あなた合鍵を持っ
I
て
think it was meant to be funny, but I found it
ど
funny.
うです？
そりゃ管理人ですから当然ですよ。けど合鍵を使って勝手に住人の部屋に入ったことなんて一度もないですよ。
1号室の狩野良二さん。
ええ。
ご職
That
業は？
that camera angle is really doing a number on that
包丁
man.
とかを巧みに操って売りさばくんです。
刃物の扱いには慣れてるってわけですね。
Oh,
嫌なこと言うな刑事さん。
被害者と面識は？
それはまあ挨拶程度は。あ、昨べ清水さんと喋ってた人が。
誰です相手は？
ここの住人です。年のいった女の人です。
I sell sharp knives.
2号室の三田清子。ご職業は？
化粧品の訪問販売の方。
昨夜なんですが、
A lot of
殺さ
salespeople
れた
here.
清水さんとお話しされてたとか。
挨拶しただけで
Wow,
すよ。
it was pretty
本
nuts.
当ですか？
疑うんなら証拠を出してください。
片瀬五郎です。3号室の
ご職業は？
録音技師です。早くしてもらえませんかね。
あなた契約についてご存じないですか？
契約って何の契約です？
清水さんが口にされてたようなんですがね。
あの人とは喋ったこともないですからね。いや僕には分かりませんね。
4号室の柴田英子さん。
Oh, they're getting sassy. She's getting sassy.
あなた医者の資格を持ってますね。犯人には解剖学の知識がある。真っ先に疑われるとしたらあなただ。
Arrest her.
このマンションは外から自由に出入りできるんですよ。それに殺されたあの子だってお医者さんと付き合いがあったんじゃありません？
どういうことです？
自分でも言ってましたもん。臓器コーディネーターをやってるって。
Oh, well, there you
5
go.
号室の新庄龍馬さん。
それがどうした？
職業は鍼灸師。
なんでもお見通しじゃねえか。
前科者特有の態度だな。
何？
演歌歌手。
苦節20年の梅のつぼみ、今花開こうとしている丸田梅子でございます。
そうやって営業してるわけですか。
だけんなっちゃう。
ところで皆さんには共通
She's
点がありま
frightening.
してね。
I don't want to be mean. But
全
she's
員が
scaring me.
なぜか同じ時期にここに越してきてるんですよ。訳を聞かせてもらえませんか？
There's no proof that no, they got nothing but like
ませんわそんな。
you could have done it. There's no
やは
motive
り
though.
理由があるんですね。
私とあの人だけは。
あの人？
私のいい人がいるんですここに。
9号室の
It's Iwata!
と申します。健康食品の会社を経営してます。殺された女性とは面識もありませんでしたし、昨べも特に気がついたことはありませんでした。唯一気がかりなのは私自身にアリバイがないことです。困ったことですな。
10号室の岩田善一郎さん。
プロレスラーです。人呼んで
I got the names mixed up. That's not Iwata. That's fake Iwata.
相手の股間をまさぐるインモラルスペシャル。
素顔を見せてもらえませんか？それとも顔を見せられないわけでもあるんですか？
いやいや、職業上のタブーでして。
嫌なら署に来てもらいますが。
いいでしょう。お見せしますよ。
Man, you can't ask a luchador to take their mask off. It's like the Mandalorians. It breaks all of their covenants. Oh no!
文句があるなら署で聞きますよ。
He's gonna sell that picture to all his enemies.
犯人が見つかった？
お二人にお願いがあるんだが、遺体発見時の状況は誰にも喋らないでください。特にマスコミには。
はい。
犯人しか知り得ない状況が自供の決め手になったりすることがあるんでね。首のない胴体がカラスに食われてたとか、生首がオペラに合わせて歌ってたとか、そういうことは胸にしまっといてください。動機がわからない以上、犯人はまたやるかもしれない。
This guy looks familiar to me. I think I've seen him in some other stuff.
しかし大変な一日だったな。
学校サボれただけでもよしとしなきゃ。
俺も大学サボれたからいっか。
いつもじゃないの？
わかる？
鍵開けるまでここにいてくれる？
うん。いいよ。
電気つけるまで一緒にいてくれる？
うん。
Really? He's not in anything else? That can't be right. The guy looks so familiar. The detective.
紅茶を飲み終わるまでここにいようか。
飲みきれないほど入れちゃうよ。
それなら部屋の
I
明かり
trust
が
that
消える
dude.
まで
I
ここ
don't
にいよう
trust
か。
any of them.
ありがとう。
ええ、医者との付き合いはありましたよ。移植医療が仕事ですから。
清水さんに言い寄っていたとか、そういう人いませんでしたか？
さあどうでしょうね。
例えばストーカー被害に遭っていたとか。
思い当たりませんね。
マンションに住んでる例の医者はどうなったい？
柴田英子ですね。被害者との接点はありませんでした。ただ妙なことが。
なんだ？
医者のくせに失業してるんです。かなりのやぶだったみたいで。
俺と同じだな。
合田さんは一人で動くことが多いんですか？
ああ、手柄を独り占めしたいからな。
ああ、合田。殺されたあの女、
We
と
can
んでもない
find him
借金を
dead.
背負ってたぜ。
Wake up to another headless
総額
body.
9000万。とてもじゃないが返せる金じゃねえや。
借金の理由は？
ベンチャー企業に投資したそうだ。それも詐欺まがいの手口に引っかかったらしい。
金と殺しは関係があるんでしょうか？
うん、まあ、考えられなくもないが、あそこまでやるかどうかだな。
従いましてグラウベンハイムの入居者9名にアリバイは成立しませんでした。
また5号室の新庄龍馬には傷害恐喝の前科があります。
現在住人全員が捜査圏内に残っております。
角田直という女子高生もいるが、この子もかね？
はい、アリバイがない以上は。
引っ越しはどうだった？一人暮らしで大変だろうけどご飯はちゃんと食べること、それから無断外泊はダメだよ。父。お父さんへ。引っ越ししてからすぐに大変なことがあったけど私は元気です。
なお、あ、ごめん。よし、中間テストも終わったことだし羽伸ばすか。
親父じゃないんだから。
これからどうする？
何の部屋行くのは？
やだ、気味悪い。ハサミ。あ、ごめん。
全然平気だよ、そんなの本当のことだし。犯人もまだ捕まってないしね。あ、それともうちで肝試しでもする？
秋なのに？
そうでもね、地下にすっごいいい喫茶店があるんだ。
いい喫茶店？
うん、そこにかっこいい
Okay,
人がいる。
it's not him. It's not who I thought it was. Or at least who I thought this guy
私たちもいい
was.
人見つけなきゃね。
行こっか。
Oh no, the clowns!
なお？
Whether they cause trouble or simply flat out murder Pac-Man. Yeah, they get pretty out there with it. Well, I mean, they were all trying to kill him back in the original.
オペラ聞いた時もそうだったんだけど。
でも絵本なんて何にも関係ないよね。
そうなんだ。
The Clown Magazine, Clowns Monthly.
今日幸田さん来たよ。
捜査進んでそう。
Amazing reaction time, almost too good.
清水さんが言ってた契約って何のことだろうね。
ここで事件のこと話さない方がいいよ。後で部屋に行くからそこで話そう。
So maybe it's a whole other way more experience to be touching him. I think after a while, like if you keep trying the same thing over and over and it doesn't work, like eventually you're just gonna be like, time to step it up. There's probably like a decade of escalation before it got to sending the entire Navy. We just didn't see it. I'd buy that. The Clown Monthly. What kind of articles would they have in Clown Monthly? Would they have a pinup in Clown Monthly? Would they have a photo spread? Tasteful, artistic photo spread of clowns. I know my brother would like that very much.
契約っていうのが引っかかるの。
どうして？
もしここに住んでる人が全員
I don't
何
quite
かの
get it.
契約をしたんだったら、多分私のお父さんも変なことに巻き込まれたくないじゃない。
So.
このマンションの契約を結んだのはお父さんだし。
でもやっぱり危険だと思うけどな。
Silence, no.
誰？
I was about to say it was probably like, you know how clowns throw pies
言っちゃダメ。
of like a certain type of pie, and that's what they use for a censor. But then I realized before I said it that would probably take the wrong meaning if they're censoring things with a certain type of pie. And I don't want to say it. I don't want to say the words while talking about a clown's crotch region. Homie the Clown's advice column. Key lime. That's it, Flash. So gross.
今夜2時、誰にも気づかれないように一人で屋上に来い。契約について教える。
It's got a Doraemon watch. That's adorable.
そんなもので大丈夫なの？
多分。
それ以上来ないで。
I wouldn't go up to it. Well, she did. At least she's got backup. A dude with like, what has he got? An axe?
片瀬だよ。片瀬五郎、3号室の。契約について知りたがってたよ
Spear
ね。
straight out of high school to dead. Yeah.
これが契約書のコピーだよ。住人全員が交わした。
私のお父さんもその契約を？
多分。
どういう契約なの？
一言で言うと、僕たちに殺し合いをさせようっていう契約だよ。
What? He's so like
誰かが死ねば
nonchalant about
自
it.
分は助かるんだ。
どういうこと？
僕たちは全員とても返せないような借金を背負ってるんだ。それに債権がヤバいところ行っちゃってるから自己破産もできない。そんな時にコマドリと名乗る女性が奇妙な契約を持ちかけてきたんだ。
コマドリ？
正体不明の契約者なんだ。契約の要点を読むよ。
Oh my god. Death battle apartment. What a. And he's just like, oh yeah, we're supposed to kill each other.
グラウエンハイムというマンションに入居し、
1年間をそこで過ごすこと。契約期間中は全員の借金の利息をコマドリがすべて肩代わりする。10名の契約者はコマドリを受取人とする生命保険に加入する。そして10名のうち5名が1年以内に死亡すれば、残る5名の借金相当額をコマドリが保険金から支払う。以上の内容を第三者に他言すれば契約は失効する。
つまりそのマンションで5人が死ねば残る5人は助かる。
そうです。コマドリが
Oh.
生命保険金で借金を帳消しにしてくれるんですよ。
It's a good game. 1999. It's pretty much it.
そのコマドリって誰かわからないの？
Anime like that. There's a lot of stories that are reminiscent of this sort of death deal.
私のお父さんは借金なんか。
何やってる人？
建設会社の社長よ。そんな返せない借金なんて。
今のご時世、建設会社はどこも苦しいんだよ。
I'm just laughing because like the construction company is like they had the same reaction that guy had, like, well, no duh. There's a construction company. Yeah, he's in debt.
第2条、契約期間中は配布される鳥類図鑑に目を通し、鳥の名前を覚えること。
鳥類図鑑なんて持ってないわよ。
Oh my god. You gotta read a book
渡
too?
部さんの話にはおかしなとこ
Oh
ろがあ
no,
るじゃない。
thank you.
コマドリが誰かわからないのにどうやって契約を交わしたの？
代理人が入ったんだ。横溝っていう弁護士だよ。
横溝。
とにかくこのコピーあげるからよく考えてみるんだ。
ちょっと待って。どうして私に教えてくれたの？
君が角田直だからさ。
どういうこと？
コマドリ？
ええ、そう名乗ってる人に心当たりはないですかね？
いや、ないな。
Uh-oh, they're discussing it with third parties. They're gonna get their contract nullified.
最近変わったんだ。
変わった？
Just take me out now. Yeah. I'm not into reading, but like, I don't want to have to memorize bird names while fighting for my life.
それがわからないんだよ。
Just gonna bring it in,
弁護
man.
士が間に入ってるから。
その人の名前は？
横溝って言ったな。
Oh, that Yokomizo's all over it,
変
man.
わったことはないですかね？持ち主が変わる前と後で。
マンションの名前が変わったな。前は
Dory's Nix.
ハイツだったのに。
Since graduated from a life of larceny to straight up murder now.
あ、ちょっと待って。
コマドリはこの契約のためにここを買い取ったんだ。
でもこの契約って何のためなの？本当にみんなに殺し合いをさせるつもりなの？お父さん、なんでこんなマンション選んだのかな？
It's if true, her father's like using her in an effort to clear out the debt.
お父さん。
Oh, it's the book, isn't it? Hey, read this book. No big deal. I just thought you'd be interested in memorizing the birds. Oh no.
お父さん。うん。
メール読んだよ。大変なことがあったって書いてあったけど。
それなんだけど、隣の部屋で人が殺されたの。
なんだって？
お父さん？
ナオは無事だったんだな。
うん。
部屋の鍵を増やしなさい。それからマンションの出入りの時には特に気をつけて。
お父さん。
何？
鳥類図鑑ありがとう。お父さんは契約っていう言葉に心当たりない？お父さん？
よく聞いてくれ。
うん。
身近に誰か信頼できそうな人はいるか？
うん。
できるだけその人と一緒にいるんだ。他の人たちにはお父さんのことは言わないこと。
どういうこと？
父親が角田浅尾だということは黙ってるんだ。いいね。
どうして？ さん、変な契約結ばなかった？
I like how she started it with thanking him for the book, not asking about it. Just like, thanks for sending that book. It's very cool. Also, did you sign me up for a death game? I'll just go back to school. Forget that. Yeah. Looks like I gotta find a new place.
ご苦労様でした。
Double triple point kill. Yeah. Hey, Dad, did you sign me up for a death game? Huh? Yeah. Well, I'll talk to you later. I feel like this contract isn't enforceable. I'm not a lawyer. Yeah, I don't think this would stand up in court. But I also don't think you'd make it to court.
お前たち、この事件を調べてるのか。
いや、そんな。
He knows too much. He's gonna get murdered.
片瀬さん、聞きたいことがあるんだけど。私が角田直だからってどういう意味？
Oh no, you just told everybody.
私のお父さんと関係あることなの？
Stop talking about your father.
わけのわかんないことで話しかけるのやめてくれないか。
Don't tell anyone about me. Immediately announces to everyone there.
何軒か不動産屋を当たってみたよ。女子高生の一人暮らしでも受け入れてくれるアパートあるって。
Start taking them out. That would be quite a twist. If she was like, well, as long as I'm here, just like loads her shotgun.
ここで遊んだんだ。
ここで？
うん。
この辺に住んでたの？
つい1ヶ月前まで。哲は住み慣れた家を出たことってある？思い出がいっぱい詰まった家が誰か他の人のものになっちゃうってすごく悲しいんだよ。あれが私の家だったんだ。お父さんとお母さんと3人で一緒に住んでた思い出の家。
Just go take it back. Squatters' rights, you know, just don't leave.
2年前から
The guy turns out to be
お
evil
父さん
too.
と2人っきりだった
Could
んだけ
be.
ど、それでもあの家が
My mom and dad. My dad signed me up for a death game.
私の帰る家。
でも。
Oh, it's a bizarre Japanese
厳し
horror.
いこと言うだけど。
Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it is. Like, it's just J-Horde delivered one sliver at a
あの
time.
マンションに残る。
どうして？
お母さんが死んだ時、ずいぶんお金がかかったみたいなの。入院長かったから。
じゃあ、お父さんの借金って？
その時のだと思う。だから、私があのマンションにいて、
Well,
お
yeah,
父さんの
funerals
借金
are
を返せるの。
expensive. That stuff don't cost a dollar, as they say.
私のこと分かってくれてるんだね。
仕方ないな。こうなったら身を守ることを考えないとな。
You can just construct your own shotgun. Well, I guess 3D printers don't exist yet, so that might be more difficult. Well, they're really going all out on this. Boy, if you weren't in debt before, buying all that home protection stuff is sure gonna rack up.
おはよう。契約書読んでみた？うん。新しい発見は？
Are rental coffins are a thing for a funeral? I think yeah, because they use them for like the viewing, and then you're buried in a much simpler box.
期間中いかなる理由であれ、1ヶ月に4日以上の外泊は認められない。
こっそり外に逃げるわけにもいかないのね。
うん。でもこの契約 誰が犯人か教えてくれてるのかも。
犯人を？
コマ撮りだよ。
When guns to work. That they do.
やっぱりどう考えてもおかしいからな。借金に困っている人たちを集めてさ、
Getting hold of
殺し合いを
bullets.
させるなんて。
You just go down to the hardware store for a couple bucks and make a zip
でも
gun
こう考えたら納得が
with
いく。
pipes and nails and rubber bands.
殺し合いが起こるような状況をわざわざ作ったの
You
は
didn't hear that from me.
自分が誰かを殺したいためじゃないかって。そうすれば疑いは間違いなく他の住人たちに向けられるだろ。
That's how the gentleman
君が角田
who assassinated
でもそれだけじゃないような
the
気がする。
Japanese prime minister
なんかもっと深いところで
pulled it off
私に関係してるような気がす
with
る。
a homemade.
お父さんの
It was like a 4-barreled shotgun.
でもお父さんとは関係ないけど一人だけ思い当たる人がいる。
Is it Shinzo Abe? Wow, that was 3 years ago.
この建物の持ち主。
これだ、グラウエンハイム。
持ち主は？
雪村彩子。
この人がコマ撮り？
ここだ。
Yeah. I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but like the man's reasons for going after Shinzo Abe were really interesting.
ごめんください。
No prior criminal history whatsoever. It's pretty shocking lapse of security. With a fringe religious group. Yep. The big rabbit hole. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like fascinating but terrifying. Like, if people who aren't really like true believers like get financially involved, like politicians and so forth get financially involved with cults like that, it just leads to very dangerous situations. Still
ご帰宅の際は
yep.
警察署までご連絡ください。捜査課合田。
あの刑事さん来たのね。
抜かりがないな。
雪村彩子って人はどこにいるの？
Well, those birds are angry again. No, that was was it Shinrikyo? That was a different group, I believe, that did the sarin gas attack.
せっかくの休みだっていうのに私たち何やってんだろうね。殺人事件に巻き込まれて
Yes,
お化け屋敷探検したりして。
男女の中には危険がつきものなんじゃない？
グラウエン。ほら前田さんが言ってた持ち主が変わる前と後でマンションの名前が変わったっていう。
グラウエンハイム。
グラウエンってどういう意味？
あった。
何語？
ドイツ語だ。グラウエン、恐怖、戦慄。
Unification Church.
あなたが雪村彩子さんの顧問弁護士ですね。
そうですよ。
Sometimes informally called
至急
Moonies.
雪村さんに連絡を取りたいんですが。
どうしてです？
殺人現場の所有者ですから。
そういう雑事を引き受けるのも私の仕事でね。
依頼人をかばってるんですか？
それこそが弁護士の仕事。
横溝さん、
雪村さんはもういないんです。
どういうことです？
雪村さんとは連絡が取れなくなりましてね。
本当ですか？
ええ。
もし雪村さんが事件に。
All right, I just want to freeze frame this guy's face for a second. So I thought he looked really familiar to me. It's not like a good shot. He does have. Is that a mole? He's got like a mole or a freckle by his nose there. It looks like the same guy. The hairstyle's a little bit different. Right? So like it's not just me. I hope, because like okay, I'm like, I know this guy from somewhere. He's listed as Setsuro Watanabe. I can't find any information on him. And he's only listed as being in this. Is that the wrong? No, it has to be wrong, right? Is it wrong? Let me scroll down on this, because he's listed as the detective, but then hold on, no, it is the guy. It is the guy. They just don't have him listed like his character listed. The site I'm looking at listed wrong. That's Yukijiro Hotaru. I don't know why they have his character's name listed as somebody else who has no other credits, which is weird. And then they don't list any character name under this guy. Yeah, I recognize him from Zeram. He's in Zeram. But it's just the credits just list the detective name under the wrong person. It's not IMDb. It was like another database site. I didn't see an entry for this IMDb. It was just very unclear. Well, that answers that. All right, that settles that. I thought I was going crazy because I'm like, this is definitely that guy, right? It's definitely him. It's just they have it misaligned in the credits. But he is listed in the credits. Just they don't have the character named. It's weird.
関与してればあなたも刑務所行きですよ。
私は刑務所行きなんか恐れない。私にはもう怖いことなんかないんだから。
Was he no longer afraid because he was terrified of the Palm Pilot? Remember Palm Pilots?
猟奇殺人の歴史?
What my nephew's social security number will be? Are you planning on, getting him set up early in life with a car and a couple credit cards? I hope not. Boy, I've been locked up with Yakuza. Do you have any idea how long I've been in jail? I just got out 2 weeks ago. Could fraud under his name.
ドイツ語のわかる人知ってる。
You gotta get those identities while they're fresh, right? They're a lot less likely to notice anything on their credit rating if they're too young to even think they have a credit rating.
新聞で読んだ。あのマンションで事件が起こったようだね。グラウエンハイム。
Yeah, what a name.
これを見てほしいんですけど。
グラウエンの鳥かご事件か。
知ってるの?
Sometimes nuclear credit can't get a card now. It's really sad to me I've known a couple people in that situation whose parents used their identity to take out a bunch of loans and just ditched them with the debt.
事件の詳しい内容を
I
知
just
りたいん
never
ですけ
said
ど。
anything. Someone at cable account my name was in 4th grade.
今から
19 moved
19
on
年
open a
前
cable account.
に
Yeah,
ドイ
that's
ツの
man.
シュトゥットガルトで起こっ
What
た
a nightmare.
連続殺人事件だ。
Rough videos in 4th grade. Yeah, this seems like an easy win. But like, what a headache to even have to deal with that.
全身をめった刺しにされて死んでいた。町の人たちはこの民宿を逃げ場のない鳥かごに例えてグラウエンの鳥かご、つまり戦慄の鳥かご事件と呼ぶようになった。結局事件が解決されるまでに
Oh no, it's happened
10人の
before.
宿泊客のうち5人が殺された。
10人のうち5人。
初めのうちは警察も手がかりがつかめなかったが、被害者が増えるにつれて民宿内にいる人々に疑いがかかった。その中には ZI というイニシャルの日本人の学生も含まれていた。
ZI。その人の名前わからないの？
イニシャルだけだな。しかし最終的に逮捕されたのはペーター・ゲイリングという名の民宿の
Yeah,
管理
that
人だっ
is a
た。
good question.
管理人？管理人が犯人だったの？
I don't know how
合
people
鍵
get
を
that
使って
stuff
いたらしい
from.
な。
その人はどうやって捕まったの？証拠は？
証拠はなかった。
証拠がないのにどうやって？
現場の状況から分かったそうだ。なんて言ったかな。
プロファイリング。
うん、そう。英語ではそう言ったな。しかも犯人逮捕に結びつくプロファイリングを行ったのが日本の医者だったそうだ。
日本人？
うん。当時現地では国際精神病理学会というのが開かれていた。世界各地から異常心理学の専門家が集まっていたんだな。
I remember the days when, like, colleges used student social security number as their student ID, so all of their paperwork and their ID card had their social security number on it. Driver's licenses used to display the social security number, and when you'd write a check, back when they still had to deal with them by hand, they would write your driver's license number and social security number on the check to verify the identity.
犯人はバイセクシャルで40代の男性。
Huh.
に性犯罪の前科があるものと推定された。その特徴に合致する人物は一人だけだった。それが捕まった管理人で警察の尋問で自供に追い込まれた。
プロファイリングをした日本人の名前ってわかる？
Yeah, I mean they used to, like, social security number was originally not meant to be used as like an identifier like that, and they used to tell people, like, people who worked in the trades to carve their social security number into their tools so that this is mine, it's got my social on it. Because, like, it wasn't that big of a deal to have it, because intentionally, when they first rolled it out, like, they really couldn't do anything with it. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh yeah, you can open credit cards with that, you can do whatever.
この前の事件、何か関係があるのかな？
どんな事情があるか知らないが、一人暮らしなんかやめなさい。親御さんのところに帰るんだ。
Psycho did it with a name like Psycho. Who would ever suspect that they're psycho? It's so obvious, almost too obvious.
また遊びに来るね。今日はどうもありがとう。じゃあ。
ムーゲゴッツイベシュッツン。
This is like really interesting. I'm too invested in this.
こちらの病院に勤務していたと分かりましてね。
確かに雪村冴子という医師はいました。腕の立つ精神科医でしたよ。異常心理学が専門の。異常心理学。年齢は当時40を
They talked about like the backstory of the like another apartment where it happened. It made some connections.
わかりませんか。いえ、ちょっと特殊な事情がありましてね。それは
This is the only one of these I made that I am aware of.
学会を追放された。
But we're still on, I believe, the first disc, and there are 6 discs. So, because I think the disc only goes up to like 63 on the first one.
ゴッドコンプレックスです。
A god complex.
ゴッドコンプレックス？
一つの建物の中に10人の人がいて、そのうち5人が殺される。それに雪村冴子って人はドイツの事件を一部始終知ってたのよ。
No, it's evil Iwata.
皆さんエレベーターを使わなくなりましたね。
He sounded really disappointed by that. Like, oh, I almost got you.
大丈夫。もう誰も降りてこないよ。
その事件をなぞってるのよ、今回の契約は。
問題は雪村冴子本人がやってるのか、それとも
It's pretty long going by the days. Yeah.
でも誰かを操って
Doing the whole thing tonight? Probably not. Probably just gonna get the first disc in.
容疑者の中に日本人がいたって言ったよね。
ZI のイニシャルの人。
But I'll come back to it if y'all don't mind.
ごめん、脅かしちゃったか。
岩田さんって下の名前なんていうの？
善一郎、岩田善一郎。プロレスファンには内緒な。
Here is the if anyone is like technical out there and wants to fiddle around with like emulation, or if you got your own Dreamcast setup and stuff, it's a link to the GitHub for the patch for this.
やっとこのマンションで信用できそうな人に会えた。
信用？
うん。だって少なくとも刑事さんは人は殺さないでしょ。
人は殺さないが疑うよ。
どうぞ何でも聞いて。
It's Birdcage of Horrors,
そ
Joshua.
れだけこっちの疑いが晴れるから。
雪村冴子という人を知ってるね。知ってるようだね。ちょっとお父さんについて聞きたいんだが。
お父さん。
お父さんは雪村さんの連絡先知らないだろうか。
Discord? Yeah, I
こ
can
この
post
賃
in
貸
the
契約の
Discord.
時に会ってるはずなんだ。
会ってないわ。
どうしてそう言い切れる？
お父さんに聞いたから。契約は弁護士さんが間に入ったって。
じゃあ奈緒ちゃんは。
奈緒ちゃん。
あ、失礼。
I unfortunately can't. It's like it's a patch for it, but I can't tell you where to
そりゃマンショ
get
ン
the
の持ち
game
主
itself.
の名前ぐらい。
Otherwise,
じゃあ彼女がどんな人間かも。
did you hear me screaming it? Yeah. Who doesn't know who your father is now?
精神科の医者だったがまともじゃない。ゴッドコンプレックスという異常心理に取りつかれて学会を追放されたんだ。
医師や権力者などが陥る異常心理のことなんです。つまり他人の命や生活などを支配できる者が自分が神のように全能であると思い込
Oh,
むん
that
です。
seems dangerous.
他人を意のままに操れるとね。
他人を意のままに操る。
ここを出て開業した雪村冴子は自分の患者を使ってその実験を行った。
実験？
ええ、患者の心理を利用してさまざまな行動に追い込んだんです。それを論文で発表したために物議を醸しましてね。一時は医師免許の剥奪も検討されたとか。
具体的には患者をどうしたんです？
ええ、自殺企画を思いとどまらせるといった有益な実験もありました。しかしその一方で窃盗や傷害といった反社会的な行動に走らせた例も。
そんなことが可能なんですか？
それが意外と簡単なんです。 人の心は弱いですからね。よく会社のためとか言って不正な取引をする事件がありますよね。ああいった事件を起こす人間たちも会社や上司といったいわば神に操られて不正を行っている。
雪村冴子は普通の人間じゃない。今後一切関わらない方がいい。分かった。じゃ。
It's an actual doctor that just play that part. They may as well have. They do that. It's smart filmmaking.
ランズボローの迷路。大学で習ったんだけど、人間を操る一つの例だよ。
I can't put a link.
ランズボローっていう心理学者が考えた説で。
CD Romance has good information. cdromance.org has good information on game patches.
どういうこと？
このマンションは人を殺人に駆り立てる迷路なのかも。
I'm trying to skirt the line of legality.
みんな雪村冴子に操られてるんだ。
いらっしゃいませ。
Yeah, I like this. They've kind of like gone back and forth on what they offer on it. Seems like they're kind of back there.
いらっしゃいませ。
Smithing your off, you're legally dubious. Yeah, that's the thing with you want to apply the patch. Like you can acquire the game on eBay. Your legitimately acquired disc images of the game. I don't know if it shows up out there. Uh-oh. Oh, we're about to get another murder. Oh!
いらっしゃいませ。
コーヒーを。
Except for because must have sold last year. Yeah.
ここしか安心できる場所はありませんからね。
片瀬さんと直ちゃんがいれば全員集合ですよ。
Yeah, I love the game. It's a real can I call it a game? We are just watching the movie. I love the setup for it. And I love the idea. We're totally abusing the notion of how this was meant to be played or meant to be viewed, of like just one every day. That you would oh my god, like you couldn't watch them because you had to wait for them to like send you over the internet the special save file. So the patch sets it up so that everything's just ready to go. You can just watch whatever. Which generally plays the way it is, like out of the box, is like the chapters. I don't think it's like everyday chapters, but like you have save files on the VMU for the game, and it only lets you play further chapters if you watch them all. So you have to watch them all. But then I don't know if it was every day or certain chapters are locked until you download a specific save file that they'll only release at certain dates. So like you were forced to like wait. It's like binging something on Netflix that ran on weekly on TV. The same idea. So it's gonna be playing an accordion. The car would get so full. Well, yeah, it would overwrite the previous ones, but like it's like the DLC, like the Street Fighter DLC that was on the disc. People were so mad about. All of the videos were on the disc, There, it was 6 discs, but all of the videos were on them. And the save file just unlocked access to them, but like you weren't actually downloading the video. There's no way you would buy all of these though, like at this point. It's that clown book again. No one's really into weird pop-up clowns. Oh my god! That's the eye trauma. What is that?
大丈夫？とりあえず警察に知らせないと。
そうだ、そうだった。もしもし、警察ですか？
逃げられた。
Oh, there we go. I'm struggling to find like listings for these. Someone has the hose in their head again. Bust out the hoses. They're buying them in bulk. Let's take a retro list. The Oh, we'll get some interviews.
角田直役の吉野さやかです。もうね、自分が役として出るのに。
He's got to read the book now. Oh, not torture. You didn't read the bird book.
自分で台本をたくさん持ってるんですけど、続きがどんどん見たくなってしまって、これがドラマになったらすごい面白いんだろうなって思いました。みんなに話しても、それってどういうドラマなのって言われちゃうぐらい、本当に初めてのことですごいびっくりしてます。なおは女の子らしくて、でもとても強い子だと思うんですよ。気に障ること言われればカッと言い返すし、あと、あることがあってカラッと変わっちゃって、なおがとても強い子に変わっているので、そういうとこも見どころかなと思います。私はあまり時間とかそういうものにはこだわらないで、普通にやってますけど。
It was. I'm gonna post a link here. I put it in the Discord too, to a second retro page that talked more about it. But it also mentions how you had to buy it through the online service. It's only through Japan. And then I don't know how they verified this, but it also said the sequels, because they were released like one disc at a time, the 6 discs. The sequels were only available to consumers who had finished previous chapters, making later entries exceedingly rare. And when I look on eBay, I can only find a handful of listings, and it's like $250 for the first disc, one listing for the second disc for $1,000, and then nothing else.
ここまで書けるんだろうっていうぐらいもう不思議でしょうがなかったですね。夢みたいな話とは思わず現実だと思ってやってます。これたまんないですよね。あんなね、きっと笑ってられない。
You can only buy it if you finish the previous one. That's what it says. I have no idea how they would. I guess unless it's like checking, because it was the Dreamcast online service you would navigate to by getting online with your Dreamcast. So it could probably check your VMU and be like, oh, we got that special save. You get the save file confirmed for purchase. I don't know how strict they were about it, but this lost me before. Yeah.
日も見たい明日も見たいっていうのが
It's such a crazy setup. And that's why I say, like, just getting them and watching it, like, is only part of it. I find this, like, really fascinating. Oh, that's all of them. On disc 1. We'll come back to this. We got 5 more discs to play through. I'll definitely schedule a stream we can watch this. I don't think y'all mind if we just watch, through another disc on a stream. I'm really interested in it. I'm really glad that this got a translation, like a fan's translation. That puts like subtitles, like nicely formatted subtitles on it. But aside from being like really interesting in and of itself, like it's the story about it is really strange and interesting, and so much of the time that, like, how often do you find something like that now? This is the early days of the internet where a lot of different like industries or areas, particularly in entertainment, we're trying to find we have to redo the whole thing so you can refresh your memory. I can go through like the last couple ones, try to summarize stuff. What's 365 1-minute chapters? That's 365 minutes. Would you all want to that's like 6 hours. That's 6 hours. I don't know. Would you all want to do a 6 hour, like, watch the whole thing in one sitting? Because that's a lot. I'll get the popcorn. I will definitely split it up. I need a disc stream or break it up. Yeah. I don't know, like, because this was like almost 2 hours we spent on like the first disc. Well, I guess if it's 6 hours, depending on how the split, that's about an hour a disc. So we could do 3 and 3, like 1 disc per stream, or we could do 3 and 3. I guess I'll just set up the streams and we'll see how everyone feels when we reach the end of a disc, if we want to carry on to another one within reason. But yeah, it's very cool. There's such short clips that they just like zip by. But yeah, it's so much a product of that time where everyone was trying to figure out how to integrate things onto the internet. And it's in the same vein as the other stuff we talked about, the Satellaview satellite service for the Super Famicom, that weird Silent Hill cellular service. All of this stuff that is like, look, we've got this new technology we can connect. There's got to be a way we can tie this in to all these different avenues. And this was one of the ways that they had to do this. This interesting movie delivered this way. More like a TV show, but like, because it was also very much in line with how the internet worked. There were a lot of sites back then that were trying to deliver content via the internet when connections were still dial-up. They were so slow. The idea of watching live streamed over the internet, like a whole movie or whatever, like a half-hour TV show, was kind of ridiculous. So everything was like Quibi. Yeah, Quibi. It's like the same idea, only it was based on like the technical limitations. Like, look, the file sizes are huge. What if we broke up this movie or show into these small bite-sized pieces you could go download? And then this was a way that it was delivered. They may not have explained it all technically. It could just be like the DLC stuff that they may have been telling people, like, we'll deliver you an episode every day. And you're like, wow, I'm getting an episode every day. The internet is so cool. And like, actually, it's all on the disc. You're just getting an unlock code. But like, that's just a little sleight of hand. Like the Wii sensor bar. Do you all know what the Wii sensor bar is not actually a sensor? It's just an infrared LED. All the sensors are in the controller. And so like, you don't even need to plug that into a Wii. You can just power it by any like battery source. If you ever needed to set a Wii up somewhere extra, you could just light that up like that. But it's funny to me because they call it the censor bar, and it's like it's actually the exact opposite. There were a lot of projects for a while to use a Wiimote mounted over like a whiteboard, and then you take like a plastic Big Pen and shove a battery and an infrared LED in it, and you could make like a kind of like jury-rigged like touchscreen out of it. Played the Wii with 2 candles. Yeah, that's all it needs. All it needs is like the particular light for it to pick up the camera in the front of the Wii. That's very funny. It took me 10 hours to download a 30-minute episode before dial-up. Yeah, the dial-up was crazy. And I remember there were companies trying to use dial-up internet to make like a web business of like, we got this whole new way to deliver stuff. We'll deliver these like really short episodes. And I think most of that stuff is like completely forgotten now. It's just lost to the sands of time. It may be archived somewhere out there in like real media format, and who installs Real Player anymore, right? But yeah, it's such a weird, cool thing that I really wanted to show it, but it was like, I'm not sure people are going to get into this. I'm glad you're into it because I'm really into it. I would like to continue this, and I wouldn't mind watching through this stuff again. So, because like other people might not. Exit to BIOS. Other people might not be that into it, but other people might not have seen tonight. Might come back and be like, "Oh, what's this?" I'm just gonna leave this Dreamcast on in the background for a bit. Move the cord so I don't roll over it. I gotta move the cord so it's not at risk of falling under my chair here. Come on. Yeah, it's just kind of a hazard of having all this stuff here. I don't really want to like unpack all of my controllers like every time I want to play something. I have to like unwind all this stuff, so it all just kind of sits out all the time. But it's an ungodly mess. Jumington Dynamics have an internet service. We had a social media platform. It was the Clapper, and when you would want to reply to somebody or reply to their message or feature someone's message, we had the tagline. You'd give them the clap. All right, everyone's going to get the clap. We're going to go out there and give them the clap. Get all your friends, give them the clap. Well, it turns out, if you're not aware, that the clap has some other meanings. And maybe they're not really positive. They're kind of a negative connotation. So you probably don't want to tell people that you gave them the clap. We found that out the hard way. I thought it was going to be easy. We paid a lot more to buy the service than it was really worth. Couldn't sell it. Just had to, just kind of drum it out. I still have boxes and boxes of Clapper t-shirts. It's not good. Gonna go to sleep. All right, Joshua, thanks for dropping by. Hope you were entertained. And get a good night's rest, and I'll catch you on the next one. Yeah, I guess people don't want to get the clap after all, it seems. They especially didn't want the coffee cups that said I got the clap. Those really didn't sell well. It's a problem. All right, let's take a look at a demo. I got time for room for one more. I did download this. I will mess with time. I will mess with time. Who's that from? Oh, that was Rick and Morty. Or like those time dudes beat up Einstein. Like, don't mess with time. Then he's all beat up. Like, I will mess with time. Where? Didn't I? There we go. I did. Okay. I get this games. Some interesting TV shirts on Temu. I find can I change the settings on this? I don't like it. I don't like games that like I'm a full screen ya and then not give you any options for that. This reminds me of like it's like a lot of t-shirts that would have like English in other countries. But they would say just like random phrases. And it's the same as like the kind of like memeable joke of people getting like Japanese tattoos that they're totally wrong about what it says. I was doing like PlayStation Magazine demo discs. Oh, I do got a couple of those. I do like checking those out sometimes. A lot of them are Japanese, which gets to be a real challenge because I can't read enough Japanese to really know what's going on. But some of the Japanese demo discs have like, you throw that thing in there and it's like, what is this music? This is amazing. All right, let's see if this shows up here. Oh, I got to change the audio. Please respect my audio choices. It did. Are we good? We're good until I tab out of it. So I don't like the full screen stuff. Volume up. Auto skip dialogue. Full screen. There, I prefer that. I don't like playing games full screened. I'd prefer like windowed, maybe borderless windowed. For streaming because I like to be able to get my mouse out of there. So listen to this music, man. Is it the volume all right? I don't know if it's too high. This is... I'm digging this. This reminds me of the last Alone in the Dark game. Had some really jazzy tunes, and I was really into it. The Dark Rides of Arkham. Is the game out? I think I had it in my wish list. Check out the full game. No, Q1 2026. That's what I thought, but it is wish listed. All right. Let's see what we're getting into here. Early this year. All right. I got a couple new ones coming this year. We're gonna have a lot of new adventure games this year, I think. Drink Marsh. I don't know. Here comes that damn son of a bitch cop. It's about time. I see a fire X on the wall. But you know these hallways carry quite the echo. So watch your mouth, will ya? I wasn't talking about you, Detective. Foster, aren't you that detective that got booted from the force for losing his marbles? Well, we're off to a good start there. I got no idea what you're talking about. Anyway, you got a search warrant or what? Sure, I've got the damn search warrant right here, Mr. Pullman. Hey, I'm just looking out for my tenant's best interests. Besides, I keep saying that you got the wrong guy. We'll see about that. No Carlos Marias lives in apartment 13, but Mr. Clark Gable. Mr. Clark Gable? Clark Gable, huh? That's his name, yes. Clark Gable is the lead in Red Dust. You ought to get up more, Pops. Cut the smart ass act and let me see that warrant. I thought he was going to pull a gun. Aren't you going to read it? What's the point? I trust you, detective. If I'd known that, I've handed you a clipping from the Arkham Advertiser's sports page. That would have made sense. Judge Roberts did not take kindly to being dragged out of his country club to sign the order. It's a loose cannon, but he gets results. Judge Roberts, fuck him in his country club. Damn. People have nowhere to drop dead. There are no jobs. This recession doesn't look like it will ever end. Boy, tell me about it. Country club my ass. Not enough folks jumped out of windows on Wall Street back in 29. Woo! Spicy. Come on, spare me the lecture and unlock that damn door already. Ramirez is not here, is he? No, he still hasn't shown up. The apartment is empty. What do you expect to find in there? The jackpot. Subscribe to his newsletter. Beg your pardon. Police business, Mr. Pullman. Open up. All yours, detective. What? You said Ramirez wasn't in. And it's true. He hasn't been back all day. You sure? The door has the chain on. I see someone lying on the floor. But it's not Ramirez. It's probably Julio, his accomplice. He's a small-time scammer and blackmailer, too. But even more of an idiot. Lying on the floor? Is he dead? Don't worry. He's still breathing. For now. Probably drunk, hopped up. Hot goofballs. Or both. Not that it matters much. Hand me a saw or something I can use to cut this chain. Lead chain. I don't keep tools around here. There's an axe right there. Nothing? You serious? Whenever something needs fixing, I call this Italian guy who works for Peanuts. Is this Mario? Is he a plumber? He brings his own toolbox. All right, give him a call. Spun Whoppers. I haven't heard from him in weeks. Figures. I do myself. There's an axe. So we got a lot going on here. Nothing down there I can check out. Picture. Mario, Luigi Mario. That was my thinking. It's overflowing with cigarette butts. Your tenants sure do smoke a lot. Don't be fooled. They're all mine. Oh my God. So I have a gun, Smith & Wesson Model 27, standard issue, Arkham's Police Department, holds 6 rounds. Limited edition gold-plated Ronson tuxedo lighter, cost me a small fortune. 357 rounds for my Smith & Wesson. I hope I won't need to use them on anyone. The Notebook, a detective's best friend. Hey! Put that damn gun away. It's worth a shot. Expired. Did you know that? Nah, it must have ended recently. September. Just like I told you. Of 1918. Nasty stench coming out of there. Hell, there's nothing in this dump that smells even halfway decent. Damn. Look at this picture. We all know it's the X. Arkham in 1902. Back when it was a thriving city, not the dump it's turned into now. And what has it become? A den of foreign riffraff. Italians, Spaniards, Poles, Russians. I don't know about this dirty, filthy scum. They come here to commit crimes and steal our jobs. I don't know about this guy now. I think I was right to pull the gun. What good did the Immigration Act of 24 do? I'll tell you. No good at all. He's got an Italian guy that fixes stuff, but he's simultaneously like, we need to get rid of them. Typical. Clamp skunked up with. What the hell did you put in there? Glue. You glued the handle of the emergency axe to the clamp? Why? Yeah, this guy's just waiting for fire code. It's still a weapon, you know. Why not just take it down from the wall? Can't trust these tenants. Why is it still there then? Could be a disaster. Mayor's Department 13. Okay, well, I guess maybe I'm just shooting the door. Can I just shoot the chain? It's empty. Oh, okay. It's loaded now. Great. Do me a favor, take a few steps back. We're just gonna blast it. Like this. Now cover your ears. But now that the gun's loaded, can I, you know, I'm just gonna. Wait a minute, don't. It's a pretty good shot, man. This is a chain's very small target. You gotta raise hell on the whole building. Ran to a couple screaming their heads off in the lobby. So I started blasting. Yep. Catch y'all later. All right, J-Dog. I will catch you later, J-Dog. J-Money. Well, it's clicks, but I don't know your J-Money. I'm full up and drunk who could barely stand was hurling insults at me. Frankly, I think your tenants already live in hell. That's pretty harsh. Speaking of hell, what's that smell? What? Oh, right. There are no toilets in the rooms, and these pigs have turned the communal washroom into a cesspool. I really ought to send someone to clean it up. Oh my God. The whole building smells as bad or worse than the Arkham River. I'd just like to live somewhere with no plumbing, no bathrooms. Let's see, that's on the floor. It's whatever. Let's use usernames again. Yeah, I'm so frustrated by that because there's a lot of people that I know by what their username was before, and I still call them that because I don't expect people to just like change their like actual account name, but it's got to confuse other people when I call Clicks J Money because that's what he was before, or Mr. Diddley Tingle. His name shows up different, but I know who they are. I had to switch to see all in chat. YouTube thought good night was spam. Yeah. So I was getting like, it hasn't done it today, but like the last couple of streams I did, the YouTube auto moderator was holding any chat that had a 2-letter word in it. So anytime someone said like good night or GG, like good game, it would just like, no, we can't let this through. I'm like, why? Why? What is this? Yeah, they just keep breaking stuff. It's so aggravating. All right, let's see if we can. Okay, no. I just thought it's worth a shot, you know. Hey, Julio. Looks like your pal got wise. We were closing in and left you high and dry. I want out of this dump, so make it easy on me. Where's the photo? Hey, 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 hey! I'm talking to you, asshole. You're so hopped up on heroin you don't even know I'm here, huh? Oh, he's on something, all right. A lot of bottles lying on the wall there. Fucking junkies. Bottles! What a collection of whiskey bottles! Violation of the Volstead Act. Another charge to tack on. Oh, it's Prohibition era. I think I'll keep one for the waste of bullets getting in here. Fair is fair. And corruption. Besides, I'm bone dry. Could use a good drink. Here's to you, Julio. Fuck's sake. This is gasoline. Oh, I just keep it. It's like he's dying, he's grabbing his heart. Yeah, he's definitely having some issues there. He's on Mumia. He's been smoking that Mummy. Can't get a word out of you, huh? Doesn't matter, you'll be singing like a canary when you get back from Wonderland. With one more charge added to your list, by the way. Cigarette? There's a cigarette burning. Can't have been long since Julio set out for Valhalla. In the drawer, Julio. Have some class and take the rubber band off your arm after you shoot up. Yikes. What's in the garbage can? I can see maggots having a feast on whatever's left in that garbage can. Well, just reach your hand in there. I'm sure it's fine. Maggots only eat the dead flesh, so they're not gonna nibble at you. Maggots are useful for surgical applications where there's necrotic tissue. They can use maggots to remove the necrotic tissue safely and cleanly. And it cuts down on infections and helps improve recovery rates. Very useful. There you are. Look at this photograph. Oh, well. Looks like Mayor Bradley, the American morality watchdog, is sneaking around with some company. That's a very tall lady. I don't know what you were begging for from that girl, Mr. Mayor, but I doubt this photo is going to do much for your re-election. So the big fish you were trying to squeeze was Mayor Bradley. I'll be frank. I got no love for that bum that's turning Arkham into a dump. Top it off. Word on the street is the guy's a big shot. Like Ku Klux Klan. Oh, jeez. He's sitting, sees me. Oh, that would make sense. The law is the law, and blackmail lands you behind bars. So I'll get the cuffs from the car, and you're coming with me. As soon as I'm done searching. Just a filthy, stinking jacket. The sign. This town looks like a fucking Christmas tree with all that neon. It's that Grant Wood painting I keep seeing everywhere these days. Even a layer of some small-time hustlers. You should let him be blackmailed. Yeah, that's my take. Like, do we really need to defend this dude then? Smooth without any wrinkles. These crooks know how to make a bed better than I do. That is a little weird. Don't you think? I think it's weird. Don't think that's a smart move. What? I was just gonna... Oh, then it is a nice long stretch behind bars. Okay. Why would he have to go back to the car to get the cuffs? Is my question. Find what you're looking for. Yes, that's not over yet, though. You have to let me call on the boys to take Sleeping Beauty away. Once that's done, I promise you. That stench. You really don't smell it? I told you it's probably the sink. No. I know that smell. Yeah, it's a corpse. It's corpses. And it's coming from... Oh, shit. What's wrong? Who's staying in room 14? I don't know his name. You don't know? You can die mysteriously or horribly. Maybe both could be. The guy showed up a week ago, handed me $20 for the room on one condition, that I don't ask any questions. Starting with his name. Well, then you should know the guy in that room is dead. What? That's the smell I'm talking about. The stink of a rotting corpse. What the fuck? Open the door. What a nasty night. Nothing but shit. What the hell? I can't open the door. It's like it's been jammed from the inside. Move out of the way. I'm gonna fix this. Time to start blasting again. You're gonna shoot the lock? That's your solution? Yeah. Told you there's something inside keeping the door from opening. It's not the lock's fault. Oh, okay. I guess maybe I can go on the fire escape. It's like they nailed a plank to the frame so it can't be opened from the outside. I'll see what I can do. All right. Shooting axe won't solve anything. Gasoline is an excellent solvent. Soak the gunk with gasoline. That should loosen it up a bit so it will come off the clamp. Let's give it a shot. Still won't budge. Gasoline is softening glue, but it's slow going. I need to speed it up. Well, we're gonna just... There you go. Not a trace of the glue. Yeah. All right. Let's give the old chop. What's your move then? Break it down. Get out of the way. With the axe? Yeah, so back up. Who's paying for it? Arkham PD? We'll get you a new one for Christmas. For the third time, move. X-Man like the jazz man from New Orleans. My friend was telling me about that before. A crack shot with a gun. I had a friend of mine who was telling me about that, explaining the jazz man. Oh, was it? But that's like, it's based on true. Was that an American Horror Story? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, which I didn't watch, but someone was telling me about. Do me a favor, phone the Arkham Police Station and nice ritual here. Can't. Phone's dead. Son of a bitch. I stopped paying for it. They got outside to find a cop. Tell him we got a code 345 here. 345, quick. Yeah. Ah, fuck. I don't know what the fuck is happening in this town. Whoa! Oh, no shit, not again. Calm down, Jack. Remember what Dr. Steiner told you. Take a deep breath. Fire out of the vent there. Interesting. Oh, it's paint can, so it's not blood. Well, it probably is blood. It's probably both. Did a season about it too, which season I think. Yeah. This movie. There was a movie about him too. Yeah, that's right. I had a friend who was watching it, and then they were telling me about like the actual history of it. We're excited about that. Check the drawers. Empty. We tab that and check the rest of the drawers. Let's get down to business. Okay. That's what they used to paint that circle on the floor. Color isn't much different from blood. Give it a lick. See if it's actually blood. It could be just blood. It might not be paint. Oh yeah, look at that. Head. I don't see a head. Beheaded. But wait a minute. They didn't even use a weapon to do it. Looks like they ripped it off with their bare hands. What kind of beast is something like this? I don't know. Maybe they were hungry. Hangry. By the way, I don't see the head anymore. Did they take it? Definitely hangry. Tattoo on his back matches that symbol on the floor. Should log this strange symbol in my notebook. Seems like my only lead to figure out who this poor bastard is. Do I have to, like... Drawing's not my strong suit, but I'll do my best. Bing! Done. Not a Hoover, but it's a damn good copy of the tattoo. All right. Love Louisiana, love serial killers. Look it up one day. Why is that, I wonder? What is it about Louisiana that draws them or drives them to murder? Everyone's trying to get ahead tonight. That's terrible, Flash. It's terrible. This is a horror game. Yeah, it's like a Cthulhu mystery. For God's sake, what got burned here? Oh shit. What the hell? Oh. It's a charred hand. What the fuck happened here? That's pretty nuts. Poor bastard's wallet is probably one of his jacket pockets. Let's see who this is. Nothing in the pockets. Who are you? I have a free game on Itch and Style of Sierra games. Oh, I will have to look at Itch. Papers, please. Papers are in a language I don't know. French? Espanol. Not that I know much more than English. Well, that's making the joke for me. Like 90% of Americans. I hate this city, even to look at it on a map. Damn, man. Both the window and the door were boarded up tight. Meaning nobody could have gotten in here to pull this voodoo crap. And if the killer was already here, he sure as hell didn't vanish into thin air. I mean, might have. This crazy ritual. You did it all by yourself? God damn it. How? All right, nothing else to do here. I should haul Julio in. Hope he hasn't come to his senses and skipped town. We were in here like 2 minutes, you know. I would hope that's not enough time for him. Just gonna. Oh, Detective Foster, it's you. I'm Agent Frank Ross. Frank Ross. For God's sake. Whoa. Blueberry pie, huh? That's nasty. Sorry about that. Don't sweat it, kid. You'll get used to it. Now pick up your pie. First time? Oh, yeah. At least they had the decency to puke by the door so you didn't contaminate the crime scene. You call it in? Yes, sir. They're on their way. Good. Stay put. Tell the camera guy to snap shots like he's some kind of bored tourist. You leaving, sir? Yeah, I take the guy from the room 13 with me. From the guy from room 13. Hope to be back by the time the coroner arrives. What do you think happened here, Detective Foster? Just another night in Arkham. Just another night in Wizard City. Thank you for playing the demo. Don't forget to add the game to your wishlist on Steam. Open your eyes. Ooh, nice Cthulhu statue. I like that. Ishtar's Gate. Interesting. Oh, well, those guys look like they were missing their noses. Well, there we go. Oh boy. I'm into it. I mean, the music was really real snappy. I appreciated that. So I got it wish listed. I'll take a look at the wish list of the stuff I got down on the bottom that's coming soon. I gotta sort this. Any guess on Steam how many games are in my wish list? Ballpark number. No matter how many games I buy, the list just seems to keep getting longer and longer. A lot of games got removed, which is unfortunate. As much as psycho shooters that I didn't get a chance to buy before they got delisted, but I think they're supposed to come back. 100? 350? I was closer. It is 229, which includes at least 2 games that are no longer available. So it's funny on Steam, if you ever run into this in your wish list, right? If you ever encounter like you have games wish listed and then it says unavailable item, you can right click on it to copy the link address, and that link address will have it would be like store steampower.com app and then a number, and that number is the unique identifier for the game. Then you can go to like SteamDB or anywhere that tracks like Steam sales and put in that number, and it will show you what the game was. Because otherwise, all you see is unavailable item, and it doesn't tell you what the game was. So if you've ever, had over 200 games in your wish list, and then looked in your wish list and had one that was just a gray box that said unavailable item, and you were just curious, like, I don't remember everything that was in my wish list. That's how you can find out what the game was. and then maybe find out what happened. Because sometimes like the publishers change and they delist it and start a new listing. Sometimes they change platforms. One of the games, they had some issues with their publisher and Steam just blocked them entirely. And now you have to buy it on the Stove store, which I think is mostly visual novels. I'm not so sure about it, but I've got the eyeballed that. I saw one game that I looked at and then read that the developer was delisting it because they were exiting the game business and had sold the game off to somebody else, and then they were going to get that. Love the glasses. Thank you. These are glasses. I made these when I originally made the model, and it complained that there was too many polygons in it. So if I I don't think I can catch the lighting just right, but if you could see actual lighting on these glasses, they would look like a broken, dismantled mess. Because I made some really like high polygon lenses, and then when I was first still learning Blender, and I still am learning Blender, but I was very unknowledgeable, and I just went through some steps to reduce the polygons, and it turned the nice smooth glasses lens into a horrible mess. So I don't use them that much. But I was happy enough with how they came out anyway. Originally I paid $4 for aviator glasses through the Unity store. And then before I started streaming, the glasses disappeared and I got refunded the money because apparently it was a stolen model. They didn't say. It just got delisted and I got refunded my money. And then glasses were just gone. So I'm like, all right, I guess I'll make them. I guess I'll make them. I'm looking for games that are coming soon. We got Tenebris Somnia, which I was very excited about, and that's still coming soon. Planned release late 2026. That looks very cool. Nightmare Operator looks neat. Yeah, a fair amount of those games. I can't believe the Scramble Vice isn't out yet. I saw this. I swore Scramble Vice was already out. Weird. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh. FMV Pixar, so good. Yeah. I'm excited. It looks very neat. Weird recommendations showing up on my list. All right, well, y'all can't see it, so that's that. Oh, don't close that. I streamed last night too. I didn't know I was playing a game. Yeah, I didn't stream real late. Originally, I normally on New Year's Eve, I like to stream until, let's go to the chatting stream. I like to stream until, midnight and like roll over into the new year. But I thought that my stepdad's plans had fallen through and that he was going to be celebrating it alone, so I ended stream early. And then his plans ended up not falling through. It's just that nobody responded. Nobody RSVP'd. So all the people showed up while I was headed over. It was it's unfortunate. Who knows? No, my wish list is private. It's for me and me alone. All right, well, that will do it for me tonight. I'm going to take a look at the subscriptions here. I will be back soon. I will be back after a week. I probably should have talked about this before, but I was like, I'm really on the fence about this, but the holidays were a much busier time than I anticipated. I didn't get enough time to get stuff done that I need to get done. and I could try to jam the time in over the weekend, but I'm kind of like, I wanted some time to get some stuff done, to get ahead of things, because I feel like I'm always like under the gun on stuff, and it stresses me out when I'm always like down to the wire, like, oh, I gotta get this thing done. So I'll be back on the 12th. No, the 11th. I'll be back on Sunday the 11th for Sunday Grind. And then from there we'll go forward. So I do feel bad because I just started the year, but it's a pretty arbitrary time scale. Just started the year, I'm already taking some time off. Normally I would get more stuff done during the holidays. This year is pretty busy. I've been pretty wrapped up offline lately with young Arthur. He's getting better. He's getting better about like being on his own. I don't have to like hover over him so much to make sure he's not chewing on the walls and things like that. Trying to get things stabilized time-wise, because when I'm watching him, like, I can't be at my computer doing the computer stuff. And I don't have a laptop I could take there to work on stuff either. And even if I did, he doesn't like it. He would get mad. He wants the attention. So, but things are settling out. So I just need to get some stuff wrapped up and put together, and then try to get ahead a little bit on stuff, get some thumbnails put together earlier out, and get some other things worked on. But we got a lot of great stuff for this year. I got a lot of great games in mind to play this year. So look forward to seeing what we start off with. The only one I can tell you for sure is Wild Arms, because I swore up and down I'd play that. We're going to get to Mega Man X soon. I don't know if that will be next week or the week after. We're going to play some more adventure games, some more RPGs this year. I'm going to get some shooters in. I haven't had like a good FPS experience for a little while. So I would like to, get back into blasting people. I got lots of different styles of games that I'm interested in playing. So many games, so little time. I'm very excited to jump back into them, and I hope you can be patient with me. I'm always nervous about taking any like extended length of time off, because I don't know. I don't like it. I crave the routine, but I wait it over in my mind and I just can't get the stuff down. So OG Doom. Yeah. Well, it's funny. I almost played Doom 3 for Halloween back in 2024. And it got bumped for other stuff. And I was thinking about it today, like, I'd still like to play Doom 3, but since I'm not rushing to make Halloween, like, I have time to play the other ones first. So we may go into that. I'll probably before I play Doom, I'll probably play something a little bit newer than that, which is not saying much, because that goes back pretty far. We'll play some other stuff. I got plenty of shooters lying around. Some games that I played a lot of and didn't finish that I would like to revisit, but that may not run properly on modern machines, because that's just how some of the older stuff goes. Who is here? Who isn't live right now? And isn't Ochi? I know she is live. I thought Ochi was taking more time off this one. Is it? Oh no, she just wrapped it up. If you Google workarounds, yeah, for older games. So there is, if you have not seen this, and you probably have because it's been around, there is a page, PC Gaming Wiki, pcgamingwiki.com. It's a great resource for a lot of, it looks like it's down right now. Oh, that's no good. But pcgamingwiki.com is a great resource for PC games. It will go through a lot of stuff you may need to do. It's a good, like, centralized place that you can find links to mods or patches, or different ways to get old games running, or different things you might run into. That, like Steam sometimes has it. GOG is good for that too. But PC Gaming Wiki is like the first place I turn to when I'm looking at old PC games to see like, okay, what is this? What does this support? What doesn't it support? Very useful site. Also, I always checking like the DOSBox listings for games. If it's a game that I didn't get off of GOG that already has DOSBox with it, and even sometimes when I do, but sometimes I play older DOS games and have to set up the DOSBox for myself, and I always go there to see like what versions have issues and what different methods people had. That's a great thing. There's lots of great information out there for getting the older games running. Some stuff just doesn't work right, but that's another thing that I might dip into this year, because last year I never made use of it on stream, but I did set up a virtual machine for a Windows 98 box to test some stuff out, because there's a couple games that, well, I can get on GOG, they still don't run properly, and I was able to get them run properly on this Windows 98 VM, so I might toy around with that a little bit more this year. But there's a link to Anochi Kawa playing Fortnite New Year Marathon. He's still alive. That is, yeah. Yep. So he's live right now. If you care to stop over there, know she's a good guy. I'll be back on the 11th. This is the plan right now. Sunday we'll start with Sunday grind. We'll get a schedule up there and get going. So please be patient. I hope you look forward to coming back and hanging out again. I look forward to hanging out with you again. And I know I just took some break for the holidays, but this is just to get ahead of the curve on stuff a little bit. I really need it, so I do appreciate you hanging in and waiting. Hopefully you enjoyed. I had a lot of fun. I will definitely put the Birdcage of Horrors back on the schedule. I may post a poll to see what days are good for people, just so I can make sure the people who really want to enjoy it are able to make it back and enjoy it. Otherwise, the VODs will be up. But we'll get that settled. Thanks as always for hanging out. Thanks for chatting with me as usual. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope to see you all again on the next one. Until that time, so long, everybody. Have a great weekend. Bye-bye.
Go!